Chapter 3301. Xingde looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "He's your master's sworn brother, which means he's your martial uncle." This? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was actually his master's sworn brother? That was indeed amazing. Wait a minute! Since Wang Dafu is Old Ye's sworn brother, doesn't that mean he also knows about Old Ye's rebellion? If he knows, then is he colluding with the Blood Hall? Man suddenly asked. Wang Dafu indeed knows. However, Lord Vice Alliance leader held back. In the past, although Lord Vice Alliance leader cooperated with the Blood Hall, Lord Vice Alliance leader didn't really trust the Blood Hall. Thus, Lord Vice Alliance leader never mentioned his relationship with Wang Dafu to the Blood Hall. Lord Vice Alliance leader and Wang Dafu became sworn brothers when they were young. Wang Dafu wasn't a member of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the past and didn't appear in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance afterward. Thus, those who aren't familiar with them wouldn't be able to verify their relationship. Xingde said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Therefore, you guys don't have to worry about Wang Dafu. He's someone you can absolutely trust. Lord Vice Alliance leader has already sent him a message, telling him about our situation. He also expressed that he will support us unconditionally. Xingde said. That's good. The two men and one wolf heaved a sigh of relief. After we found Wang Dafu, after a discussion, he directly made a bold guess. Pei Wanli and the others might not be in the Blood Hall. Because our target is our target, the outside world will become the safest place. Therefore, these people are most likely hiding in a remote place. Thus, Wang Dafu got his subordinates to investigate. At the same time, we were afraid that the spies of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance might not be enough. Thus, we contacted Dong Xiaoyun, and the two of us joined forces to conduct a secret investigation in the Western Land. Xingde said. Who is Dong Xiaoyun? Man was doubtful. Dong Xiaoyun is from the Demon Hall. Like Wang Dafu, he's in charge here. Xingde explained. I see. I didn't expect the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall to actually join forces. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Isn't this all because of you guys? Otherwise, how could there be such a harmonious scene now? Similarly, we also have to thank Dong Xiaoyun because the Devil Hall's influence here is much greater than our Rogue Cultivator Alliances. Xing Dao. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked. And then? Pei Wanli and the others are really well hidden. After searching for 2 or 3 days, I couldn't find any trace of them at all. Even I want to give up. After that, Wang Dafu, Dong Xiaoyun, and I got together and discussed it. Wang Dafu suggested that we should just stop searching and wait. As Boss Xing spoke, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. It seemed that Wang Dafu's suggestion was very wise. How? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Have all of our subordinates enter the various towns and cities to keep watch. Even if it's an unknown town, we can't let it go. Because Wang Dafu suggested that it was impossible for a playboy like Pei Wanli to hide forever. He would soon lose his patience and run out of town to seek pleasure. As expected, on the night of the 4th day, someone reported that they saw Pei Wanli, Hai Qingji, and Hai Qingliang in a small town. Boss Xing's eyes flickered. They're really outside. Qin Feiyang, Dong Xiaoyun, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other in dismay. This Wang Dafu was truly an expert. Especially when it came to the characters of playboys, he was incomparably thorough. After that, our men followed Pei Wanli and the others and entered a large mountain. There were more than a dozen households there. Then, Wang Dafu, Dong Xiaoyun, and I personally went there and hid in the vicinity for several days. Finally, we confirmed their identities. Blood Hall's Hall Master, Old Hai, and the families of the great deacons were all there. Boss Xing laughed. They were all there? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Even the great deacon's widow was there. However, people like Pei Hongyu and Pei Dason were all perfection sovereigns and had many secret guards protecting them. Therefore, we didn't dare to act rashly. We first came back to report to you and ask you to make a decision. Boss Xing said. The heavens are really helping me. Bro, well done. Qin Feiyang patted Boss Xing's shoulder with a face full of joy. He originally thought that Boss Xing might have encountered a mishap, but he didn't expect him to bring back such great news. Brother? Boss Xing was stunned and quickly shook his head. You can't do that. I said you can do it, so you can do it. This is a great merit. When I return, I'll definitely tell Master and let him reward you handsomely. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Blood Hall's Hall Master and the others were really cunning. They actually moved all their families out. However, it was proven that his men were still a step ahead. Qin Feiyang really wanted to meet this Wang Dafu. How could there be such a shrewd person? He was simply a divine foresight. Forget about the reward. I can be where I am today because of the Vice Alliance Master. Moreover, this is all thanks to Wang Dafu and Dong Xiaoyan. I'm just basking in their glory. Boss Xing shook his head. Where are Wang Dafu and Dong Xiaoyan now? I'm very interested in them. Qin Feiyang asked. What a coincidence. They're also interested in you and told me to tell you that no matter what, you have to make a trip to Rich's restaurant to meet them. Boss Xing. Rich's restaurant? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Rich's restaurant is the largest restaurant in the Western land. It can be found in all major cities, and the owner of Rich's restaurant is Wang Dafu. Boss Xing smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. Actually, it was Wang Dafu who took the initiative to contact me. Because there's a Rich's restaurant in Jinyuan City. At that time in Jinyuan City, the Wolf King fought with the two secret guards and exposed our identities. At that time, the house master of the Fugui Tower in Jinyuan City was among the crowd. He saw us with his own eyes and reported to Wang Dafu. Boss Xing. In other words, the owners of Rich's restaurant in all major cities are from our Rogue Cultivator Alliance? Qin Feiyang asked. Boss Xing nodded. Amazing. Alright, let's go to Rich's restaurant now. Give it the coordinates. Qin Feiyang pointed to Shui Shui who was at the side. What about Pei Wenli and the others? Boss Xing was doubtful. It won't take long. Besides, with the secret guards protecting them, I can't kill my way indirectly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Don't you have the slaughter domain and the ancient castle? Boss Xing asked. You still don't know the temper of a sovereign divine weapon? It's not something I can control. It will only act when the other party has a sovereign divine weapon. As for the slaughter domain, it hasn't been long since I activated the slaughter domain on White Crane Island. Although the blood of the Western land can allow me to activate it once more, we have to be prepared. What if something happens at that time? So, just in case, I have to gather enough blood to activate the slaughter domain twice before I can act without restraint. And it's best if it's before midnight. Because it can be activated before midnight, it can be activated again after midnight. In other words, it can be activated twice consecutively. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. In other words, you can only activate the slaughter domain once a day? Boss Xing asked. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. That's true. After all, the slaughter domain is too heaven-defying. If it can be activated at any time, wouldn't it be invincible? Boss Xing smiled bitterly. Even if it can be activated at any time, how can I find so much blood? You don't know how much blood is needed to activate the slaughter domain, especially during the battle with the sovereign divine weapon. If it weren't for the creatures of the Black Tortoise world who selflessly contributed their blood, I wouldn't have the chance to activate the slaughter domain. Therefore, I won't allow anyone to have any ideas about the Black Tortoise world, and I won't allow anyone to harm the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. They have helped me too much. Qin Feiyang sighed. Without the creatures of the Black Tortoise world, he wouldn't be who he was today. Whether it was humans or beasts, they had given him a new lease of life. It could be said that the kindness he owed them was something he couldn't repay in his lifetime. Therefore, he could only use his life to protect everyone. If someone insisted on killing them, they would have to step over his dead body first. Hearing these words, Boss Xing finally understood why so many people and ferocious beasts followed Qin Feiyang so wholeheartedly. There was no exploitation, no deception, only true feelings. Facing those who had helped him, he would think of ways to repay them. Heart to heart. Love to spread love. This was the way this kid handled things. Thinking back to the vice leader, he really made a wise decision this time. He decisively turned around and turned over a new leaf. Otherwise, where else could he find such a responsible disciple who also knew how to be grateful? Let's go! Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. Boss Xing nodded his head and told Snowflake the coordinates. Madman suddenly asked, Are these coordinates safe? These coordinates are absolutely safe. It leads to Wang Dafu's private cultivation room. For safety reasons, Wang Dafu told me to meet him in his private cultivation room if I wanted to find him. Boss Xing said. All right. Madman nodded his head. Snowflake opened the space-time law and a passage appeared. Then, the group entered the space-time passage without changing their appearance. Soon, they descended into a dark stone room. The stone room was sealed. There was only one stone door, and the stone door was also completely closed. However, this cultivation room was quite big. Just the hall in the center was 500 to 600 feet. There were exquisite tea tables and chairs. Behind the hall, there was a landscape painting. The strokes were bold and lifelike. Next to it, there were 4 rooms half hidden. One of them was a cultivation room, another was a lounge, and there was also an alchemy room. Alchemy room? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He asked, This Wang Dafu is also an alchemist. Not only an alchemist, but also a wine master. Xingde pointed at the last room. The stone door of that room was also tightly shut. He said, This is his private wine cellar. There's even a type of divine wine in there. When he brought me here, I even tasted it. Divine wine? The white-eyed wolf's eyes suddenly lit up. Be honest. Qin Feiyang stared at it, then glanced at the empty hall and asked, Where is he? He should be busy in the restaurant. I will send him a message. Boss Xing took out the sound transmission godstone. Chapter 3302. After a while, the door of the training room opened. Ha! That's my little martial nephew! Accompanied by a heroic laugh, a middle-aged fatso wearing a purple robe strode in. He was not an ordinary fat man. His entire body was probably 250 pounds, and his height was only 7 meters. He had a big belly and was wearing gold and silver all over his body. This is the Wang Dafu you were talking about. The man looked at the fat middle-aged fatso with a look of astonishment. Cough, cough. Xingde coughed and said in a low voice, You can't judge a person by his appearance. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. This broad waist, fat, he looked like a nouveau riche. No matter how you look at him, he did not look like a shrewd old fox. Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Snowflake were also astonished. This was a completely different person from the Wang Dafu they had imagined. Wang Dafu glanced at them and his gaze quickly fell on Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, Not bad, impressive appearance, a talented person, a dragon among men. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed and cupped his hands. Greetings, martial uncle. Wang Dafu waved his hand and said, We're family, no need to be so polite. If you don't mind, you can also call me Big Brother. Big Brother? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He hurriedly smiled and said, Of course not, we can't mess up the seniority. Ha ha! Wang Dafu smiled and waved his hand. The stone door of the training room closed. He then looked at the man and said, You must be that little man. What advice do you have? The man laughed. Advice? Wang Dafu was slightly stunned. Looking at the man's cynical smile, he laughed and said, Interesting. Sit, don't be so formal, just treat this as your own home. The key point was, Qin Feiyang, the man, White-Eyed Wolf, was he a formal person? Obviously not. Old Wang, I heard that you have divine wine in your wine cellar? White-Eyed Wolf approached Wang Dafu and chuckled. Ugh! Wang Dafu was astonished. He really wasn't polite at all. He immediately came up with the idea of drinking his divine brew. No matter what, you are still a martial uncle. Don't make us look down on you. In other words, if you don't take out a few dozen jars of divine wine to entertain them, you'll be letting down your seniority. Do people at the level of martial uncle have to be looked up to? Wang Dafu looked at it in confusion. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He had actually been checkmated. This fatso was interesting. The meaning behind his words was obvious. So what if he looked down on me? Do you think I care? It was a little shameless. Just kidding, just kidding. No matter what, people of the older generation like me have to pretend to be virtuous and prestigious in front of you juniors, right? Just you wait. Wang Dafu laughed and walked towards the wine cellar. Pretend to be virtuous and prestigious? Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, extremely speechless. This martial uncle's personality was a little too arrogant. However, there was one thing that was quite to their liking. He didn't put on airs and didn't put on airs. It was clearly the first time they met, but there was no sense of unfamiliarity. It was probably because of his personality that he could do well in the Western continent. In short, their first impression was very good. After a while, Wang Dafu walked out with a wine jar. The wine jar was the size of a bucket and was covered with a thick layer of dust. From the surface, it looked like an old antique that had been covered in dust for many years. It was completely unremarkable. However, the white-eyed wolf's eyes were glowing with green light, and his saliva was flowing out. Since Wang Dafu was carrying it out, it must be a divine brew. Brother, come and help. The white-eyed wolf immediately ran up and snatched the wine jar from Wang Dafu's hand before he could react. Drunkard. Wang Dafu was stunned and slowly spat out these two words. He sat in front of the chair and looked at Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and Xingde. What are you still standing there for? Sit, we're family, don't be so polite. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. They walked over and each sat on a chair. The white-eyed wolf hugged the wine jar and placed it on the coffee table. He blew at the wine jar, and the dust immediately flew all over the room. Hey, 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 can you be more refined? Frenzy looked at him with dissatisfaction. Refined? Let's see if you can still be refined when you open this wine jar. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes at Frenzy and opened the lid. A rich wine aroma immediately rushed out. Along with the wine aroma, a translucent dragon rushed out. Wine turned into a dragon. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. Frenzy's eyes also lit up. It was indeed a divine brew. See, you can't stay calm anymore. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Frenzy and chuckled. You talk too much. Frenzy glared at him and leaned forward to smell it. His face immediately showed an intoxicated expression. Although the wine is good, you can't drink too much. Wang Dafu was half lying on the chair. His fat head and big ears looked like a Maitreya Buddha, but when he saw Qin Feiyang, he was slightly stunned. He didn't have any reaction at all after seeing the divine brew? Xingde said. I forgot to tell you that your martial nephew is completely uninterested in wine. There's a young man who isn't interested in wine? Wang Dafu was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang as if he was looking at a monster. That's my nature. I've embarrassed myself in front of Uncle Master. Qin Feiyang smiled. No. I heard that you and little Tian get along very well. I was a little confused at first, but now it seems that you two have the same personality. Wang Dafu smiled. Little Tian was naturally referring to Yi Tian. Qin Feiyang said. Big brother Yi is also in the Black Tortoise world now. If martial uncle wants to see him, I can ask him to come out. Forget it. I heard from big brother that little Tian went to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate, so I won't disturb him. Wang Dafu waved his hand. The big brother he was talking about was naturally the Vice Alliance leader. Qin Feiyang nodded. While the two of them were talking, Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf had already started drinking. The entire room was filled with the fragrance of wine. This Frenzy was still an alcoholic after all. It's good to be young. Looking at the man and wolf fighting over the wine, Wang Dufu shook his head and smiled. There was a hint of emotion on his face. Everyone has a time when they are young. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Yes. Back then, your master and I were like them, fighting over everything we saw. But even if we fought until our heads bled, it didn't affect our relationship at all. In the blink of an eye, you young people have all grown up, and we have also grown old. Time really flies, Wang Dufu said with a smile. We grew up because of your protection. Let's not talk about anything else. We will continue to pass on your spirit. Qin Feiyang smiled. Spirit? Forget it. Your master and I have already made a big mistake. Don't take us as an example. But you really make me admire you. The Blood Hall has schemed against you time and time again, but in the end, they failed and suffered losses in your hands time and time again. They even lost a sovereign divine weapon and the Blood Hall's great deacon. To be honest, when I learned about these things, I didn't believe it. How can a young man like you have such ability? But now that I look at it, I have to admit that the new generation excels the old. Wang Dufu shook his head with a smile and asked, What's your next plan? Of course it's to capture Pei Wanli and the others, Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Wang Dufu pondered for a while and nodded. These people are the family members of the Blood Hall's big shots. Capturing them can indeed make the Blood Hall hesitate, but... At this point, Wang Dufu frowned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he said with a smile, Martial uncle, it's fine. I know very well that the big shots of the Blood Hall are all vicious and merciless people. Especially the Blood Hall's Hall Master and Old High. If you really push them too far, they may not care about the lives of these people. So, you must know your limits and don't cross their bottom line. Otherwise, it will only be counterproductive. At that time, it will be even more disadvantageous for you. Wang Dufu warned. Know my limits, Qin Feiyang murmured. It was not difficult to understand what he meant. These people were indeed very good bargaining chips, but no matter how good a bargaining chip was, there was a limit to its value. For example, an item that cost 1 yuan could only be exchanged for 1 yuan. If you took something that cost 1 yuan and ran to the other party to exchange it for 2 yuan, the other party would definitely not agree. Although people and money could not be compared, the principle was the same. Therefore, even if you captured these people, you could not make excessive demands in front of the Blood Hall. If you asked the big shots of the Blood Hall to exchange their lives for something, they would definitely not agree, and in the end, it would be a life and death struggle. I believe that you know your limits. Wang Dufu smiled and then said, As for the people you are looking for, actually, I have been secretly helping to investigate these days. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Wang Dufu, his eyes full of expectation. I'm sorry, I really did not find any clues about this matter. Also, the Alliance Master and the 2 divine beasts seem to have disappeared from the world. Wang Dufu shook his head. Qin Feiyang lowered his head in disappointment. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Martial uncle, do you think they are now imprisoned in the Blood Hall, or transferred to another place like Pei Wanli and the others? I have thought about it, but it is really difficult to judge this matter. Because the Alliance Master, the 2 divine beasts, and the people you are looking for are fundamentally different from Pei Wanli and the others. Pei Wanli and the others are their relatives. The Alliance Master and the 2 divine beasts are the opponents they want to subdue. As for the people you are looking for, they are the bargaining chips in their hands. It is possible that the Blood Hall Master will keep them by his side and watch over them personally. It is also possible that he will transfer them away. Let's not talk about other things for now. Even if they were transferred away, it would not be as easy to find them as Pei Wanli and the others. Pei Wanli and the others are impatient. They can come out and take a walk, so we can find a chance to find them. But the Alliance Master and the others can't. They are imprisoned and will never appear in front of people. Wang Dufu sighed. Chapter 3303. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Listening to Wang Dufu's analysis, it was really hard to judge. But now, it seemed that there was no need to waste time looking for them. As long as they captured Pei Wanli and the others, it wouldn't be too much to exchange for the Mermaid Emperor and the others. After all, even if the Alliance leader and the 2 divine beasts were included, there were only 5 people in total. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang glanced at the man and the white-eyed wolf and said helplessly, "Looking at you guys, it seems that you don't want to leave. Then you guys can stay here first. Xingde and I will go to the place where Pei Wanli and the others are hiding. Go, go!" The man waved his hand without looking back. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He was really going to stay. Wang Dufu glanced at the man and the wolf, and his face twitched. Looking at the posture of these 2 guys, it seemed that they were planning to drink all the divine wine in his wine cellar. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even think about it. There was no other way. Who asked them to be on the same side? And they were juniors. Just take it as spilling some blood. Immediately, Wang Dufu looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Junior Marshal Nephew, do you need my help?" "No need. Your restaurant's business will be very good tonight. You can stay and entertain the guests. Moreover, we are just going to take a look at the situation. We might not take action." Qin Feiyang smiled. "All right. If there's anything you need, send me a message." Wang Dufu took out the sound transmission godstone. Qin Feiyang also took out the sound transmission godstone. After suggesting the contract bridge, he asked Xingde to send the coordinates to Snowflake. When Snowflake opened the space-time tunnel, the 2 walked in. Wang Dufu also got up. Looking at the man and the white-eyed wolf, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he turned to leave. "Old Wang, can we enter the wine cellar?" the white-eyed wolf suddenly asked. Wang Dufu's body stiffened, and he turned his head to look at the man and the white-eyed wolf kindly. He smiled and said, "Sure, just don't mess around." It was their first meeting, he couldn't be too stingy. Western continent, northern border. This place was near the northern continent. However, there was a forbidden area between the western and northern continents that no one dared to set foot in. This place was called the Death Glacier. It was said that the Death Glacier was not only bone-chillingly cold, but it also had a type of storm that even perfect sovereigns would be afraid of. Its destructive power was extremely strong, and it could easily destroy a heaven-defying divine artifact. In other words, in the Death Glacier, the most terrifying thing was not the ice and snow, but the storm. Not far from the Death Glacier, there was a majestic mountain range. Because there was still some distance from the Death Glacier, there was only a little snow here, and some vegetation could be seen. However, it was still very cold here. Especially at night, when gusts of cold wind blew, people couldn't help but shiver. In one of the canyons, more than a dozen small wooden buildings stood side by side. Although the roofs were covered with a layer of snow, from the marks on the door frames and walls, it was obvious that these small wooden buildings had been built not long ago. At this moment, the night was as dark as ink. Faint candlelight flickered in the dozen or so small wooden buildings, making them seem extremely quiet. Whoosh! And just 100 miles away from the canyon, there was a giant mountain that was about 1,000 feet tall. A space-time tunnel suddenly appeared at the peak of the mountain. Immediately after, 2 silhouettes and a heaven-defying divine artifact silently walked out. They were Qin Feiyang, Xingde, and Snowflake. "Young master, they are there." Xingde walked to the edge of the cliff, pointed at the canyon, and transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, sending Snowflake into his chi ocean. Then, he walked to Xingde's side and lowered his head to look. A distance of 100 miles, to the current him, was completely unaffected. He could clearly see everything. In the canyon, other than the dozen or so wooden buildings, there wasn't even a shadow of a ghost. If it wasn't for the sound of the wind and the occasional beast roar from afar, this place would be completely silent. "Why is it so cold?" Qin Feiyang suspiciously looked around. "This place is close to the Death Glacier. And the Death Glacier is the border between the western and northern continents. It is the same as the Eden Devil Land between the eastern and southern continents. It is a forbidden area of the Sky Cloud realm," Xingde explained. Is it very dangerous? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. Even if a Paragon Dominator enters the Death Glacier, there is a 90% chance of death. Xing De nodded. What? Qin Feiyang's expression froze. This was too terrifying. In short, none of the 4 forbidden areas is a good place. If you accidentally enter one in the future, you must be 120% vigilant. Xing De warned. 4 forbidden areas? Qin Feiyang was startled. He suspiciously asked. Other than the Eden Devil Land and the Death Glacier, what other forbidden areas are there? There is also the Heavy Region Land and the Land of Buried Gods. These 2 places are between the western and southern continents, and the eastern and northern continents. In short, the 4 forbidden areas are the borders of the 4 continents. Xing De said. Heavy Region Land, Land of Buried Gods. Qin Feiyang remembered these names. Since they were called the 4 forbidden areas of the Sky Cloud Realm, they were definitely extraordinary. Perhaps there was some great opportunity hidden within. Xing De looked at the dozen or so wooden buildings in the canyon and secretly asked, Young master, do you want to go closer and take a look? Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. After pondering for a moment, he activated the concealment art and brought Xing De to fly toward the canyon. When they were about 10 miles away from the canyon, Xing De secretly said, We can't go any further. En? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Look at the mountain peaks around the canyon. Xing De transmitted. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze. There were a few big trees on the mountain peaks, and their leaves were covered with snow. From afar, they looked like snow-white umbrellas. However, other than that, he didn't see anything else. You can't see anything on the surface, but in fact, under the snow under each big tree, there is a secret guard hiding. However, their bodies are buried in the soil and covered with snow. Hence, it's hard to find them. However, they are always paying attention to the surrounding movements. Moreover, there is a barrier above the canyon. This barrier was set up by the commander of the secret guards using the law of time. At the same time, he also set up a time array. Hence, even if they are here, they won't delay their cultivation. Xing De secretly said. Secret guards, barrier. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the mountain peaks around the canyon. There were at least 50 to 60 big trees, which meant that there were 56 secret guards here. How strong are these secret guards? Qin Feiyang secretly asked. The secret guards sent here are definitely existences at the Great Perfection Sovereign Realm. Xing De said. It can't be. The Blood Hall has so many Great Perfection Sovereign Realm experts. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not many. Xing De shook his head and said, Not to mention the Blood Hall, even our Rogue Cultivator Alliance has more than 1,000 Great Perfection Sovereign Realm experts. What? Our Rogue Cultivator Alliance has so many? Why didn't I know? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He had always thought that the Rogue Cultivator Alliance only had 2 Alliance Masters, the Hall Master of the Mortal Palace, and the 10 Great Elders. He didn't expect there to be more than 1,000 hidden Great Perfection Sovereign Realm experts. You don't know because these people rarely show themselves. Not to mention you, even those who were born in the Alliance capital might not know of their existence. Xing De secretly said. Then where are they? Qin Feiyang asked. Some of them are training outside, and some are cultivating in the Saint Mountain. The Saint Mountain of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance is deeper in the Hall of Famers. No one can set foot there. Of course, the 2 Alliance Masters and the Hall of Famers are exceptions. Xing De said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said. Then how many Great Perfection Sovereign Realm experts are there in the Blood Hall? I'm not sure about that. Not to mention me. Even the Vice Alliance Master doesn't know the exact number. After all, this is the Blood Hall's trump card. They definitely won't let others know. Not only the Blood Hall, but also the Demon Hall, Sacred Hall, and Divine Hall. Most of the experts are hidden. However, I heard from the Vice Alliance Master that the Blood Hall has at least 5 times more Great Perfection Sovereign Realm experts than our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. When the Vice Alliance Master cooperated with the Blood Hall, the blood hall revealed some information, but it wasn't very detailed. Xingde explained. Even if it's only 5 times, it's still incredible. Qin Feiyang was shocked. 5 times, that's 5 to 6,000. This number was really frightening. One had to know that the Black Tortoise realm didn't even have a single great perfection sovereign realm expert. The strongest ones were him, Frenzy, and the White-Eyed Wolf. 2 lesser perfection sovereigns and 1 half-step sovereign realm expert. Without the Slaughter Domain and the Ancient Castle, they wouldn't be qualified to challenge the Blood Hall. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the foundation of the Sky Cloud realm. Any one of the major forces was enough to make people despair. You don't have to be too worried. Although there are many of them, they are basically ordinary perfect sovereigns. There are only a few people like the Blood Hall's Hall Master, Old High, the Secret Guard Commander, and the Grand Deacon who have grasped the strongest laws. Let alone the Supreme Profound. As far as I know, the 9 Great Deacons have mastered the Supreme Profound, but it's only the Supreme Profound of ordinary laws. Xingde said inwardly. I see. That's not too bad. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. In short, in our Sky Cloud realm, those who have comprehended the Supreme Profound are the true overlords. You have to pay special attention to these people, Xingde said. The Supreme Profound of ordinary laws is also very powerful. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. That's natural. But for young master, is this a problem? Xingde chuckled. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Xingde and transmitted his voice. Wait until the day I also master the Supreme Profound. Then, there will be no problem. As for now, I'm just relying on worldly possessions. There's nothing great about it. Xingde was stunned and shook his head. Worldly possessions are also a part of one's strength. However, this kind of humble attitude was pretty good. He wasn't arrogant or rash and knew his own shortcomings. Forget it. Worldly possessions are just worldly possessions in the end. One's own strength is true ability. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. He had to continue working hard. The Supreme Profound, speaking of which, what was the Karma Law's Profound? It seemed that when he had time in the future, he had to ask the Devil Hall Master for advice. Chapter 3304. Qin Feiyang observed for a while and said with a frown, It's late at night. I don't think they'll come out. I guess so. Xingde nodded. If they don't come out, we can only force our way in. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. Suddenly his expression became excited. He turned to look at Xingde and transmitted his voice. Say, if I subdue these secret guards, will the Blood Hall's Hall Master be so angry that he will vomit blood? What? Subdue? Xingde looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. That's right. Subdue them and make them a sharp blade in your hand. Qin Feiyang nodded. Xingde was stunned. He raised his hand and touched Qin Feiyang's forehead. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Xingde mumbled. You're the one who has a fever. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. No, young master, you're too naive. These people are all Paragon sovereigns. How are you going to subdue them? Are you going to use the Slaughter Domain and the Ancient Castle to force them to submit? That's impossible. Even if you really force them to submit and control them, will you be able to rest assured if they follow you? You should know that these people are all loyal to the Blood Hall. Especially the secret guards. They're like death warriors. They're not afraid of death at all. If possible, they wouldn't hesitate to self-destruct. People like them must be subdued willingly. However, I don't think it's possible to make them follow you willingly. Xingde shook his head. Not necessarily. Qin Feiyang chuckled secretly. What do you mean? Xingde looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Could it be that this kid really had a way to make these secret guards willingly serve him? Humans all have dreams and ambitions. Only if you have the ability to help them realize their dreams and fulfill their ambitions, then they will naturally be convinced by you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Are you trying to bribe them? How? People like them have power and status. Money and wealth are meaningless to them. I can't think of anything else other than the sovereign's divine weapon, the ultimate profound meaning, and the ultimate law. But there are only a few sovereign weapons in the entire sky cloud realm. Supreme profound meanings and ultimate laws are also comprehended by oneself. As for ultimate profound meanings, don't even think about it. In the entire sky cloud realm, no one has comprehended ultimate profound meanings. So I really don't know how you can make them submit to you willingly. Xingde thought to himself that this was just a fool's dream, something unrealistic. You don't know, do you? I have something that all living beings in the world desire. In fact, it's even more valuable than a sovereign weapon. Qin Feiyang smiled. More valuable than a sovereign weapon? All living beings want it? Boss Xing was stunned as he asked via voice transmission. Is there such a thing in this world? He didn't believe that there was something more valuable than a sovereign weapon in this world. You'll know when the time is right. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. All right. Boss Xing nodded. In any case, he didn't believe it. This young master was definitely bragging. But then again, how many people in this world would believe Qin Feiyang's words? No one. This was because they couldn't think of anything more valuable than a sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang's heart also became active. The current Black Tortoise realm's strength was too weak. Other than him, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf, the others were still trapped in the great perfection undead realm. How could such a force compete with the four great forces of the sky cloud realm? Although the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance were his backers, they still didn't belong to him. Not only did he have to worry about using something that didn't belong to him, he also had to owe others a favor. Why bother? Moreover, his enemies, whether it was the ice dragon or the small beast, were not something the four great forces could compare to. In the future there would be more cruel battles. Therefore, he must have something to rely on in his hands. If he nurtured them, it would be too slow. Especially in the sovereign realm, he had to rely on himself to comprehend the profound laws. No matter how many resources he had, if the other party's comprehension was not good, it would be useless. Therefore, recruiting soldiers and buying horses was undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. Not only did he not need to spend energy to nurture them, but he could also directly and effectively help him. The most important thing was, poaching people could also weaken the opponent's strength. For example, if these secret guards really ran away with him, then the Blood Palace's loss would be huge. The Blood Palace's overall strength would naturally be weakened. Not only could he pick up the ready-made ones, but he could also benefit himself at the expense of others. That's right. That's it. At that time, the Blood Palace wouldn't even have a place to cry. Young master, come in for a moment. Suddenly, Theta Wang's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Xingde and said, "Let's retreat." The two retreated back to the mountain peak. Then Qin Feiyang looked at Xingde and said, "You wait here. I'll go to the Black Tortoise world." Okay. Xingde nodded. Qin Feiyang's thought moved and instantly disappeared without a trace. Black Tortoise world. Somewhere in the Devil's Land. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang stood together, their brows furrowed. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the two and asked suspiciously. We've investigated the matter you asked us to investigate. Elder Hua had indeed inquired about the potential pill in the Black Tortoise world. He also knew a lot about it. Pai Lupi said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He frowned and said, "Then why didn't he mention it to us face to face? This is also what we can't figure out. Even if the alchemy scripture in your hand isn't the first volume of the alchemy scripture passed down in the sky cloud world, Elder Hua should be able to associate it with the potential pill. But why did he pretend that he didn't know anything in front of us? Lord Sovereign, you can't be careless about this matter." Pai Lupi and Theta Wang warned. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. He pondered for a while and said, I have an idea. You can express your opinions. I want to recruit people outside. Recruit people? The two are stunned. That's right. Let's start from the Blood Hall. There are many perfect sovereigns in the Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang explained briefly. This is a good thing. But didn't you find it troublesome in the past? Just like last time in the Nether King's Hell. We heard from Man that when you were outside the Divine Devil Forest, the ancestral dragons gathered millions of people to kill you. At that time, someone seemed to have advised you to subdue those people, but in the end, you didn't do so. Pai Lupi and Theta Wan looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. That's different. Those people, the strongest is only at the Nine Heavens realm. What can they do? To subdue them, I have to spend energy and resources to nurture them. But the Blood Hall's secret guards are different. They are perfect sovereigns and have reached the peak of the Sky Cloud world. I don't need to spend energy and resources on them. Qin Feiyang smiled. Now that you mention it. Pai Lupi thought for a while and smiled at Theta Wang. That's right. Theta Wang nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, Lord, we don't dare to ask what you want to do. However, no matter what you do, we will support you from behind. Pai Lupi nodded. Qin Feiyang patted their shoulders and smiled. He then asked, By the way, is Yue Qing well behaved? Quite well behaved. At most, she will stroll around the courtyard. She has never left the Devil's Land. Pai Lupi nodded. Continue to keep an eye on her. In any case, we must not let her know about the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. The two nodded respectfully. Then go and do your work. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. The two looked at each other and turned to leave. The longer they stayed with Qin Feiyang, the more they felt that meeting Qin Feiyang in this life was their greatest fortune. Otherwise, they would still be inconspicuous guards in the city lord's mansion. Qin Feiyang stood alone in the medicinal field with his head lowered. What was Elder Hui trying to do? Wasn't he curious at all? Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded in Zhongzhou. Qin Feiyang was startled. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the aura. Was this the aura of a half-step sovereign? Whoosh! He took a step forward and appeared in the sky above Zhongzhou. He raised his head and saw a giant 100,000 feet tall standing in front of him. He was like an ancient god of war, emitting a strong sense of oppression. Wang Ming! When he saw the giant's face, Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Young master! Wang Ming also saw Qin Feiyang. He scratched his head and smiled at Qin Feiyang. You are? Qin Feiyang looked at him in surprise. Yes. I have already comprehended the fifth profound of the law of force. My cultivation has also broken through. Because his body was too big, Wang Ming's voice was as deafening as thunder. Good news! Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Finally, another person had stepped into the sovereign realm. Wang Ming smiled foolishly. His body quickly shrank and returned to normal. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Don't compare yourself to others. Be yourself and relax. That way, you will improve faster. Qin Feiyang looked at him unhappily. Okay. Wang Ming nodded. Where's Yanli? Qin Feiyang asked. Wang Ming said, He's not with me. I came out alone. But he should be here soon. Qin Feiyang smiled. I hope you can all break through to the great perfection sovereign realm soon. We've been a burden to you. Wang Ming lowered his head, his face full of guilt. Don't say that. You have to believe in yourself. Besides, you are all people who have unlocked the door of potential. You have to be more confident than others. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Wang Ming raised his head, puffed out his chest, and stood at attention. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Then, continue to work hard. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Wang Ming patted his chest. For them, young master had thickened his skin and left the Demon Hall's Hall Master, and the others in the Black Tortoise world to explain the mysteries of the laws to them. If they didn't work hard, would they be worthy of young master's efforts? Therefore, whether it was Wang Ming, Yang Li, the others, the five-clawed golden dragon, the blood Qilin, or the other ferocious beasts, they all secretly swore not to be a burden to Qin Feiyang. Chapter 3305. Leaving Wang Ming alone in Zhongzhou, Qin Feiyang entered the western region and released his senses to survey the entire Blood Sea. A day outside was equivalent to 1,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. Every day, countless creatures would come to the western region to donate blood. It felt like donating blood had become a custom in the Black Tortoise world. Therefore, although not much time had passed outside, the Blood Sea had accumulated a lot of blood over the years in the Black Tortoise world. However, this amount of blood was far from enough to activate the killing zone twice. It would probably take a few more years. Of course, this few years referred to the time outside. For a sovereign, a few years was nothing more than the snap of a finger. But for Qin Feiyang, it was too long. He wanted to make a move now, because he really couldn't bear to see the Mermaid Emperor and White-Winged Emperor continue to suffer in the Blood Hall. A long night was fraught with problems. He might as well make a move. He had to end the battle quickly and not give the Blood Hall a chance to react. He had to capture Pei Wanli and the others first. As for negotiating with the Blood Hall Master, he could take his time. After all, as long as he had a bargaining chip in hand, he didn't have to worry about the Mermaid Emperor and the others' safety for the time being. Thinking of this, boom! Sure enough, Qin Feiyang activated the killing zone. The blood in the Blood Sea immediately turned into a torrent and rushed towards the slaughter zone. From afar, the void around Qin Feiyang was drowned in blood. He was like a killing god bathed in blood, and his terrifying murderous aura shook the surroundings. Look, the blood in the Blood Sea is disappearing rapidly. And this murderous aura, this is the Sovereign's murderous aura. He must be activating the killing zone again. He must need more blood. The Sovereign is in trouble. Let's go back and organize everyone to donate blood. These were the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. As soon as they sensed the aura of the killing zone, they knew what Qin Feiyang needed, and spontaneously organized everyone to donate blood. Faced with such a group of cute creatures, how could Qin Feiyang not protect them well? Not to mention Qin Feiyang, even a cold-blooded and heartless rock would be moved. Outside, Xingde squatted at the peak of the mountain, silently monitoring the canyon. In fact, he was also wondering how he could break the barrier set up by the Dark Guard commander without anyone noticing and kidnap Pei Wanli and the others. However, he really couldn't think of a way. That was because the Dark Guard commander's barrier was condensed from the laws of time. In order to break this barrier, one had to possess an ultimate law. However, although Xingde's cultivation had reached the perfection sovereign realm, he had not grasped an ultimate law. Therefore, it was impossible for him to break the barrier. Taking a step back, even if he could break the barrier, he wouldn't be able to face the 50 to 60 secret guards hidden at the peak of the canyon. These people were all Paragon sovereigns. None of them were weaker than him. In short, in his opinion, this canyon was an impenetrable cage. I'm so useless. If I also had a supreme profound, I wouldn't even need to worry about a few dozen dark guards. Big Xing sighed inwardly. The Vice Alliance leader's order was for him to protect Qin Feiyang, but looking at the current situation, it was Qin Feiyang who had to protect him. At the same time, in the canyon, in one of the wooden buildings, the three young men were sitting in the hall, drinking wine and chatting. The three of them were dressed in gorgeous purple robes. Their figures were tall and their auras were outstanding. However, their faces were filled with arrogance. Moreover, it was the kind of arrogance that was condescending and looked down on everything. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize that the purple-clothed young man sitting on the main seat was the grandson of the Blood Hall's hall master, Pei Wanli. Brother Pei, how long do you think we have to hide here? It's so boring every day. The other two young men looked at Pei Wanli and said with annoyance. These two were old Hai's grandsons, Hai Qingliang and Hai Qingji. I don't want to stay in this damn place either, but what can we do? Qin Feiyang has already come to the western land. If we don't hide, we'll definitely become his target. Besides, didn't we just go out? Pei Wanli smiled. Is it that small town nearby? Is that a place for people to stay? I wanted to find a woman to have fun with, but when I went there, all I found were old women. Alright, since there's no woman, we can drink for fun. But look, what kind of rubbish is this wine we bought? It's as disgusting as horse piss. Hai Chungliang and Hai Chingji shook the wine glasses in their hands, their faces full of disdain. Don't be greedy. At times like this, we should be satisfied with just a sip of wine. Don't worry, Grandpa and the others are already thinking of ways to deal with Qin Feiyang, right? As long as Qin Feiyang is dead, he can play with any woman he wants. Pei Wanli chuckled. I hope it's soon. These days are too fucking sullen. Hai Qingliang held the wine glass, raised his head, and drank it. Hai Qingji also took a sip of wine angrily. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Pei Wanli and said, Brother Pei, last time I heard you say that Qin Feiyang's woman is very beautiful. Pei Wanli was slightly stunned, and a trace of possessiveness climbed up in his eyes. He nodded and said, She's not beautiful, she's simply an enchantress. Is it that exaggerated? The brothers were surprised. Let me tell you, it's not exaggerated at all. You all know me, women are just playthings in my eyes. In this life, I've played with women, if not 1,000, at least 800, and all of them are extraordinary, but none of them can be compared to that woman. A head of golden wavy hair, a figure comparable to a devil's, a face like an angel's, and that skin, let me tell you, you can't find any flaws on her body. She's simply a peerless beauty. The more Pei Wanli spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, he couldn't help but become excited. No way! The brothers looked at each other. You still don't believe me? Wait, I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Pei Wanli waved his hand, and a graceful figure suddenly emerged. It was the appearance of the mermaid princess when she was wearing a wedding dress. Hai Qingji and Hai Qingji were immediately stunned. This was too beautiful. There was actually such a peerless beauty in this world. She was simply a masterpiece of the heavens, and there was nothing to be picky about. They even couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. Hai Qingliang swallowed his saliva and looked at Pei Wanli. Brother Pei, such a beauty, you actually didn't get her? What do you know? I was about to get her. But halfway through, an old man appeared, and the duck in my mouth flew away just like that. Pei Wanli was annoyed. Which old man dares to ruin Brother Pei's plans? Tell us, and we'll kill him, the brothers said angrily. You guys? Forget it. Not to mention you guys, even your grandfather might not be able to kill him. He's Demon Palace's Elder Hua. Pei Wanli shook his head. Elder Hua? The brothers froze. So it was this old man, then they really didn't have the guts. But don't worry, this Qin Feiyang will die in my grandfather's hands sooner or later. When that time comes, this woman will fall into my hands. When I'm tired of playing with her, I'll let you guys have some fun. Pei Wanli chuckled. As expected of a good brother, no matter what good things happen, you won't forget about us. I can't help but look forward to seeing this beauty panting under us. Hai Qingji and Hai Qingliang laughed sinisterly. Clang! Just as the three of them were fantasizing, a loud sound came from outside. It was like a divine sword being unsheathed, resounding in all directions. Immediately after, a monstrous murderous aura instantly flooded the entire canyon. The three of them had a change of expression as they quickly got up and ran out. At the same time, at the peak of the mountain, faced with this killing intent that suddenly appeared, Xingde was also shocked. He hurriedly turned around and saw Qin Feiyang standing behind him. Fresh blood was surging within the killing zone. The blood-colored longsword in Qin Feiyang's hand was like a death god, emitting a soul-stirring baleful aura. Young master, what are you doing? Xingde was shocked. Didn't they say that they wouldn't make a move for the time being? Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. Follow me closely. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed directly in the air above the canyon. Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble, fast enough. Xingde muttered and quickly rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. Boom! At the same time, snow flew up from the peak of the canyon. Under those gigantic trees, powerful auras burst forth one after another, causing the void and the ground to tremble. Immediately after, black figures rushed out from the snow and soared into the sky like lightning, surrounding Qin Feiyang and Hai Chungliang. These people were all wearing black robes, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. They were like ghosts in the night. They came out aggressively, but when they saw Qin Feiyang's face, their expressions changed drastically. They shouted, "It's Qin Feiyang, he activated the killing zone. Run and inform the commander!" In the canyon below, not only Pei Wanli's group, but the others also felt the sudden murderous aura and ran out at the first moment. When they heard the Shadow Guard's words and looked at Qin Feiyang, their expressions changed drastically. Especially Pei Wanli. He stared at Qin Feiyang standing in the killing zone, his eyes filled with fear. Although he didn't have much interaction with Qin Feiyang in the Sky Cloud realm, he had seen Qin Feiyang activate the killing zone in the space-time tunnel. Even old Hai would have the power to fight him. We hid so well, how did he find us? And from the looks of it, he came prepared. Could it be that someone tipped him off? The canyon was in chaos. Whether it was the elders like Pei Dason or the juniors like Pei Wanli, their faces were filled with fear. Their trembling eyes were as if they had seen a devil. Run! Looking at the group of people who were scared silly, a group of shadow guards roared hysterically. At the same time, they activated their laws and attacked Qin Feiyang. Although they knew they weren't Qin Feiyang's opponent, they could only brace themselves. Because they were shadow guards, their responsibility was to protect Pei Wanli and the others. If these people died or fell into Qin Feiyang's hands, then even if they survived, the two palace masters above wouldn't let them off easily. Chapter 3306. A roar finally woke everyone up. "Let's go!" Pei Dason shouted. He was about 1.8 meters tall, his figure was quite thin, and there was a bit of a sinister aura between his brows. But at this moment, there was only fear left. Qin Feiyang, who in the 4 continents of the Sky Cloud realm didn't know this name. Although his strength wasn't much, he had unparalleled talent. The most important thing was that he had a sovereign divine weapon and a slaughter zone comparable to a sovereign divine weapon. It could be said that if he went all out, no one in the Sky Cloud realm would be his opponent in a one-on-one situation. So, even if there was a barrier set up by the Dark Guard commander, it couldn't protect them. With Pei Dason's order, everyone immediately fled outside, not even daring to look back. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. He didn't say a word the whole time. But his eyes were as cold as the Grim Reaper. He looked at the group of dark guards who were rushing over and then looked at Pei Wanli and the others who were fleeing. The corner of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. If he didn't activate the slaughter zone, then he really couldn't do anything. But now, who could stop him? And activating the slaughter zone was to end the battle quickly. So that when the Dark Guard commander and the Blood Hall master received the news and came over with the sovereign divine weapon, there would be another bloody battle. One must know. Last time, he was able to destroy the Dragon God's sword and kill the Great Deacon because of the Black Tortoise realm's origin power. And after that, the little brat specially reminded him that he couldn't consume any more origin power in a short period of time. So if a bloody battle really happened, the one who would die in the end would most likely be him. So, he couldn't delay. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of a sword, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and waved the blood-red long sword. Blood dragons formed by murderous aura roared out, and went straight for the dozens of dark guards. Boom! Kacha! Without any suspense, all the profound laws couldn't withstand a single blow and shattered. Following closely, those blood dragons bared their fangs and pounced on the dozens of dark guards. A series of screams suddenly resounded. Dozens of dark guards flew out one after another, spitting out blood, their faces pale. In the blink of an eye, all of them were severely injured. Moreover, it was a serious injury that was on the brink of death. Xingde, cripple their cultivation! Qin Feiyang didn't pay any more attention to them. He didn't even turn his head as he gave the order. Then, he swung his sword down towards the canyon below. In the blink of an eye, none of the people in the canyon managed to escape. Rumble! As the sword chi fell, a barrier appeared in the void. However, like a piece of rotten wood, it disintegrated instantly. The terrifying aura and the sword chi turned into a raging tide that flooded the entire canyon. No! Roars of despair rang out one after another. People of the younger generation like Pei Wanli were instantly covered in cuts and bruises. As for Pei Dason and the other elders, although they were all sovereigns, they were also riddled with injuries. We'll hold them off. You guys run! Pei Dason roared. A group of elders stepped forward and attacked with all their strength. All sorts of laws and profundities shot towards the sword chi. They also didn't want to face Qin Feiyang directly. However, there was nothing they could do now. All the hidden guards were heavily injured, so they could only attack. However, facing such a powerful slaughter domain, was there any meaning to their actions? No! The sword chi enveloped all directions. Every wisp of sword chi carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It entered their chi si and body. Everyone's body was riddled with holes and blood was gushing out. Father, grandfather, quickly come and save us! Whether it was Pei Dason or Pei Wanli, they were all crying out in despair. In just a blink of an eye, everyone's chi si was crippled. They were missing arms and legs, and their flesh was badly mutilated. This was still Qin Feiyang controlling the power of the blood-colored sword. Otherwise, the blood-colored sword's lethality at this moment would be enough to wipe them all out. Young master, it's done! On the other side, Xing Dao's voice rang out. Dozens of hidden guards were all heavily injured. Moreover, a portion of the hidden guards had their chi si directly shattered by the blood dragon. Hence, Xing Dao's task wasn't very heavy and was easily resolved. I'll send them to the west region. You go there and watch over him. Whoever dares to cause trouble, kill without mercy. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and everyone disappeared in an instant. Immediately, only Qin Feiyang was left in the sky above the mountains and rivers. He looked at the shattered mountains and rivers, handed over the snowflakes, and was about to leave. However, a flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The Blood Hall Master shouldn't have arrived so quickly. Because these people didn't have time to send a message to the Blood Hall Master, so now, the only person who knew what had happened here was the Dark Guard Commander. Because the enchantment was set up by the Dark Guard Commander. The enchantment was broken, and the Dark Guard Commander could sense it immediately. And these days in the Maple Leaf Valley, he didn't see the Dark Guard Commander return to the Blood Hall, so the Dark Guard Commander must be outside. If nothing unexpected happened, when the Dark Guard Commander sensed that the enchantment was broken, he should come here alone to check the situation first. Even if he brought people, at most, he would bring a few hidden guards. Because the Dark Guard Commander wouldn't have thought that he would be able to find this place. In other words, as long as he waited here, he could still wait for this big fish, the Dark Guard Commander. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. If he didn't guess wrong, the person who secretly attacked him in the Windsea City should be this Dark Guard Commander. Since that was the case, then the new and old debts would be settled here. At that moment, under his control, the aura of the slaughter domain and the blood-colored long sword were restrained, and then he activated the concealment spell, so he just stood in the void motionlessly, waiting for the Dark Guard Commander to appear. Now he could activate the concealment spell twice a day. What he wanted to do was not to rely on the concealment spell to sneak attack, but to make the Dark Guard Commander appear without alertness. About 3 breaths. As expected, a black figure descended over the mountains and rivers, only half a mile away from Qin Feiyang. What's going on? It was the Dark Guard Commander. He looked down in surprise. Wait a minute! This murderous aura, although Qin Feiyang restrained the murderous aura of the slaughter domain and the blood-colored long sword, there was still the aura left in the void. When the Dark Guard commander was hiding in the Star River of the Wind Sea City to watch the battle in the dark, he had already seen the slaughter domain, so he was very familiar with this murderous aura and could distinguish it at once. How is this possible? He actually found this place? His eyes were full of disbelief. He hurriedly took out the Divine Sound Stone and sent a message to the Blood Hall Master. He thought that Qin Feiyang had already left. However, before he could activate the Divine Sound Stone, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly erupted. The Dark Guard commander immediately looked up and saw a young man in a blood-red robe in the void in front of him. Although Qin Feiyang was wearing a white robe, it had already turned blood-red under the soaking of blood at this moment. Qin Feiyang. The Dark Guard commander's expression changed. Especially when he looked at the slaughter domain and the blood-colored long sword, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. I knew you would come, so I specially waited for you here. Qin Feiyang grinned like a devil. The Dark Guard commander couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. The Time Law rolled out and rushed toward Qin Feiyang, at the same time turning around to flee. With the appearance of the Time Law, this place suddenly entered a state of stillness. Obviously, this was the profound meaning of the Time Law, time stop. Clang! But, along with the appearance of a sharp light that could tear apart the heavens and the earth, the static state was immediately broken. The blood-colored sword in Qin Feiyang's hand also left his hand along with it, and like a graceful swan, it shattered the sky. No! Accompanied by a roar, the blood-colored long sword sank into the Dark Guard commander's back and pierced through his lower abdomen. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. His aura quickly dissipated. However, he was still running away. After all, his divine soul was still there. Humph! Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, and with a wave of his hand, the blood-colored long sword turned in the air and slashed toward the Dark Guard commander with a monstrous edge. Qin Feiyang, you will die a horrible death! The Dark Guard commander roared in despair. He really couldn't understand. Didn't they say that the slaughter domain needed a lot of blood? Last time in the Heavenly Cloud Sea, this man had just opened the slaughter domain. How could he open it again now? Where did he get the blood from? Die a horrible death? You think too much. The one who is going to die now is you. Qin Feiyang coldly sneered, and the blood-colored long sword suddenly stopped above the Dark Guard commander's head. Wisps of sword chi appeared and directly tore the Dark Guard commander's skull and entered his sea of consciousness. Boom! With a loud bang, the Dark Guard commander's sea of consciousness was shattered on the spot, and his divine soul suffered a fatal injury. The reason why he kept the Dark Guard commander alive was of course for the White-Eyed Wolf. Because the Dark Guard commander mastered the law of time, for the White-Eyed Wolf, he was a very good prey. It's another night worth celebrating. Qin Feiyang glanced around, and a smile appeared on his face. After sending the Dark Guard commander to the western region and giving Xingde some instructions, he closed the slaughter domain and let Snow open a space-time tunnel, and disappeared into the night without looking back. Rich's restaurant. At this moment, it was very lively. Wang Dafu was also beaming with happiness, and was extremely busy. Below, underground. Inside the secret chamber. The White-Eyed Wolf and the Madman were also drinking to their heart's content. There were more than a dozen wine jars on the ground beside them, and all of them were divine brews. The entire room was filled with the fragrance of wine. Such a good divine brew, but she's not interested at all. Little Qin Zi is getting more and more bored. I don't know if little Yue is blind or what. She actually likes him? The ingrate said with disdain as he hugged the wine jug and drank. To tell you the truth, I can't figure it out either. Look, in terms of talent, I'm not worse than him. In terms of handsomeness, I completely crush him. But why is he so popular with women? The Madman was also drunk. What can't you figure it out? Those women are all blind. The White-Eyed Wolf hooked his arm around the Madman's neck and laughed. That makes sense. The Madman nodded. But you're not bad either. Look at our Xiao Xian, isn't she also infatuated with you? The White-Eyed Wolf said. Of course. My Sien Er is the most beautiful woman in the world. Even if you give me a sovereign divine weapon, I won't exchange it. The madman patted his chest and laughed proudly. I didn't know you were so infatuated. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. The man and the wolf were stunned for a moment. Then, they turned their heads to look with drunken eyes. They saw Qin Feiyang standing silently behind them. He chuckled and said, "When did you come back? Come, drink some. Get lost." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Chapter 3307. He was fighting for his life outside, but these two bastards were drinking here. If it wasn't for their friendship, he would have kicked them. Okay, stop drinking. Qin Feiyang snatched the wine jars from their hands and said, "I'll take you to see an old friend." Old friend? What old friend? Do we have an old friend in the sky cloud realm? The man and the white-eyed wolf asked as they fought for the wine jars. You'll know when we get there. Qin Feiyang put down the wine jars and brought the man and the wolf to the sky above the Blood Sea. In the sky above the Blood Sea, more than 100 people were lying in the void. Some were missing arms and legs, and some were half-crippled. None of them were complete, and they were howling in grief. Xingda stood to the side and looked at these people coldly. Huh! When the man and the ingrates saw this scene, a trace of bewilderment appeared on their faces. What kind of people were they? Look at him! Qin Feiyang glanced at the scene and pointed at a young man who was covered in blood. Only his face was intact, but it was also covered in blood. The man and the white-eyed wolf looked at him, and the doubt in their eyes became stronger. They went forward and picked up the torn clothes on the young man's body and wiped the blood on his face. Ah! The man and the wolf were startled. Isn't this Pei Wanli? Then, aren't these the secret guards of the Blood Hall and the family members of the Blood Hall's big shots? Hee, as expected of an old friend. The man grinned. The drunkenness of the man and the wolf instantly disappeared. The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Little Qin Zi, didn't you say you wouldn't do anything for the time being? What's going on? I changed my mind at the last minute. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully, I think you deliberately sent us away and went to show off by yourself. Do you think I won't kick you? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Show off by doing such a dangerous thing? What kind of logic was this? Kid, we meet again. White-eyed wolf and man looked down at Pei Wanli with smiles on their faces. Pei Wanli struggled to open his eyes and stared at the man and the wolf, his eyes full of hatred. Still glaring? The white-eyed wolf smacked Pei Wanli's face with its paw. Pei Wanli couldn't help but howl in pain. Back in Great Qin, weren't you quite arrogant? Do you still remember what you said back then? Do you need me to remind you? Hey, don't lie there like a dead dog. Get up and continue being arrogant. Hurry up. Otherwise, with my violent temper, you'll have to suffer. White-eyed wolf rubbed his fists. Even though so much time had passed, whenever he thought about how arrogant that person had been in Great Qin, he would feel quite displeased. You're courting death, do you know that? My grandfather will never let you off! Pei Wanli roared. You still dare to shout? Man's gaze turned cold as he stomped his foot on Pei Wanli's mouth. Pei Wanli's teeth were crushed and blood spurted out. Bastard, I'm going to kill you! This anger and humiliation almost drove Pei Wanli crazy. How dare they stomp on him? As the grandson of the Blood Hall's Hall Master, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Kill us? That's what you said when we tortured you in the space-time tunnel, right? But now, we're living better and better, and you've unfortunately fallen into our hands again. And this time, you didn't leave your soul in the Blood Hall, right? White-eyed wolf chuckled. Hearing this, Pei Wanli's pupils constricted. There's no need to answer. Just by looking at your expression, I know that you really don't have a divine soul in the Blood Hall. That's not good. If we accidentally kill you, you'll really die. White-eyed wolf bared his teeth. What are you doing? Suddenly, a weak roar sounded. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw that it was Pei Wanli's father, Pei Dason. Pei Dason roared. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can go to my father. Why are you looking for us? Don't be too despicable. You're saying we're despicable? Man and White-Eyed Wolf couldn't hold it in any longer, and went up to Pei Dason to punch and kick him. Who was it that threatened them with the lives of the Sword Emperor, and the others? Who was it that schemed to harm them? It could even be said that they were unscrupulous. But now, they actually had the nerve to call them despicable? No matter what, they were still humans. Couldn't they be a little more shameless? Qin Feiyang didn't care. This person was looking for trouble. Only the officials were allowed to set fires, but the common people weren't allowed to light lamps. What kind of logic was that? Since you're being unreasonable, I naturally don't need to reason with you. I'll just use my fists to solve it, and beat you until you're convinced. However, this Pei Dason was also quite unyielding. No matter how they beat him, he wouldn't compromise. Man and White-Eyed Wolf were both tired and panting. This is the first time I've seen someone with such a hard bone. Man shook his hand. It hurt. No matter how hard his bone is, can it be harder than a heaven-defying divine artifact? I have a good idea. White-Eyed Wolf sneered. What idea? Man was curious. Qin Feiyang also looked at White-Eyed Wolf suspiciously. Do you still remember how the fire bead was suppressed in the soul-sealing valley? White-Eyed Wolf laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang and Man looked at each other. This wolf cub was too ruthless. He actually wanted to make these people roll in the cesspool. However, it seemed quite interesting. Qin Feiyang looked at this group of people with ridicule. With a thought, Theta Wang appeared beside him. Looking at Pei Wanli and the others, Theta Wang was first stunned. However, looking at these people in such a sorry state, she understood that these people weren't friends but enemies. Theta Wang, help me prepare something. Qin Feiyang whispered a few words in Theta Wang's ears. What? Theta Wang looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Go. As for the location, let's do it in the soul-sealing valley. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Theta Wang nodded. She glanced at the group of people with schadenfreude and then flew away at lightning speed. There were ordinary people in every place. They ate, drank, and pooped 3 times a day. Hence, it wasn't hard to find something like this. What are you guys trying to do? Looking at the eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others, Pei Wanli and the others couldn't help but have an uneasy feeling. Nothing. I just saw that you were too dirty, so I invited you to take a bath. I guarantee that you will feel refreshed and refreshed. White-Eyed Wolf chuckled. Would they believe it? Of course not. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Boss Xing and said, Take away their interspatial rings. Don't worry. I've already taken away their interspatial rings as soon as they were sent here. And I've also obtained 2 supreme-level divine artifacts. Boss Xing waved his hand. A black sickle and a black armor appeared. Both of the divine artifacts emitted a gloomy aura. Both the black sickle and the black armor had patterns of skulls on them. Huh! Qin Feiyang, Boss Xing, and White-Eyed Wolf walked up and looked at them curiously. They were indeed 2 supreme-level divine artifacts. Whose are they? Qin Feiyang looked up at Boss Xing. Do you even need to ask? Of course they're his. Boss Xing pointed behind him. The 2 men and the wolf looked up and saw an old man lying in the void. Half of his head was gone, which looked extremely scary. As for the 2 supreme-level divine artifacts, they were very obedient. They even had a feeling of fear. Because they knew that this was Qin Feiyang's territory. If they messed around here, they would be courting death. So this is your true face. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. Qin Feiyang walked over and looked at the old man with a smile. That's right. This person was the commander of the Dark Guards. The commander of the Dark Guards looked up at him weakly and remained silent. He is? White-Eyed Wolf and Boss Xing were a little confused. The commander of the Dark Guards. Qin Feiyang smiled. So it's him. White-Eyed Wolf nodded in realization. But the next moment, he was shocked. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, I heard that this guy has mastered the law of time? Yes. Just now, he wanted to use time stop to escape. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Time stop. White-Eyed Wolf's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at White-Eyed Wolf's eyes, the commander of the Dark Guards couldn't help but feel goosebumps. It was as if he was staring at a delicious cake. Man looked at White-Eyed Wolf with envy and smiled. Brother Wolf, your chance to soar is here. Time stop is the 5th profound of the law of time. The 5th profound? White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. Yes. Furthermore, the 5th profundity of the law of time doesn't just stop time. It also reverses time, just like the time reversal of Mu Tianyang's heaven-defying blood blade. Wait, you don't know? When the two old men were explaining the law of time, they mentioned this. Man looked at White-Eyed Wolf suspiciously. The two old men he was talking about were naturally the Hall of Famers and Elderhua, because both of them had mastered the law of time. How would he know? He didn't listen at all. He kept drinking Black Tortoise Divine Brew outside. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at White-Eyed Wolf. White-Eyed Wolf ignored Qin Feiyang and looked at Man. Then, after fusing with his law of time, this brother will also be able to master these two profound? Nonsense! Why are you asking me about your third innate ability? Man said angrily. Hee. White-Eyed Wolf grinned and said, This brother always thought that time stop was the highest profound. I didn't expect it to only be the 5th profound. Xingde said. Vice Leader is very familiar with this person. I heard him say that he has also comprehended the highest profound. Comprehended the highest profound. White-Eyed Wolf's eyes widened. The Dark Guard commander had indeed comprehended the highest profound of the law of time. When facing Qin Feiyang, he didn't use the highest profound because he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to block the blood-colored sword. Therefore, he wanted to use time stop to stall Qin Feiyang, even if it was only for a short while. Unfortunately, dreams were beautiful, reality was cruel. You are really lucky. After fusing with his law of time, you will have mastered 2 supreme profound of the strongest laws and can even break through to the initial stage of the Dominator realm. At that time, even if you encounter a Dominator at the late stage, you will be able to instantly kill them. Man shook his head with a face full of envy. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious of White-Eyed Wolf's third innate ability. As for the highest profound, Qin Feiyang and Man didn't know. When the Hall of Famers and Elderhua were explaining the law of time, they didn't talk about the highest profound. Not only the supreme profound of the law of time, but also the supreme profound of the other laws. The reason was that he didn't want everyone to bite off more than they could chew. He would look for them after comprehending the 5th profound. Ha! The White-Eyed Wolf laughed happily and roared. Xingde, restrain him! Boom! The next moment, a golden beast's shadow appeared. Xingde had also offended the White-Eyed Wolf from the Vice Leader, so he knew what the White-Eyed Wolf wanted to do. However, seeing it for the first time, he couldn't help but be shocked. With the emergence of the pressure, the Dark Guard commander was immediately confined in the void. What are you guys doing? The Dark Guard commander panicked. He had also guessed a little. Because the conversation between Man and the White-Eyed Wolf wasn't hidden, he had heard it all. Moreover, the moment the golden beast's shadow appeared, he felt a great sense of danger, and this danger came from the law of time. Take it away! The White-Eyed Wolf roared, and waves of golden light surged, drowning the Dark Guard commander. Qin Feiyang was also watching intently. He was filled with curiosity. Because he was fighting outside when the White-Eyed Wolf took away the Grand Deacon's law of death, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Of course, he couldn't miss it this time. Not only Qin Feiyang and Xingde, but the dozens of Dark Guards, Pei Wanli, and the others were also looking at this scene in surprise. As for Man, he had witnessed the whole process last time, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He lowered his head, and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 3308. After a short while, Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. He saw that the golden divine light was like a giant hand, pulling out a piece of law from the Dark Guard commander's body. It was at this moment the Dark Guard commander felt the disappearance of the time law. What's going on? In his heart, he was very surprised. He actually lost the time law. Could it be that this divine ability could really deprive him of his law? No! The time law was his strongest means and his capital to establish himself in the sky cloud realm. Once he lost the time law, even if he was still alive, his past glory and status would all be lost. This absolutely couldn't happen. Qin Feiyang quickly asked it to return the time law to me. In the future, I will work for you. Whatever you asked me to do, I will do it. I beg you. Don't deprive me of my time law, he wailed, his tone full of despair. Work for me. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Believe me, I am a paragon sovereign. With my strength, as long as there is no sovereign weapon, no one can defeat me. I can help you. I beg you, give me a way out. I promise, I will follow you wholeheartedly. If you asked me to go east, I will never go west. No one was willing to lose everything they had, especially the power of law. Not to mention the strongest law like the time law, just the ordinary power of law. To comprehend the profound meaning of the major laws, not only would it take a long time, but it would also take a little bit of precipitation. But even so, one might not be able to comprehend it, let alone the profound meaning. For someone like the Dark Guard commander, losing this strongest law meant that his life was completely over. So, instead of being deprived, it was better to betray the blood hall and seek refuge with Qin Feiyang. Although it might be a topic of ridicule, at least he could muddle through. Work for me, Qin Feiyang murmured with a smile. If the white-eyed wolf didn't have this ability, I would definitely consider it. After all, you are indeed very strong. But now it's different. After the white-eyed wolf integrated with your time law, not only can he inherit your time law, but he can also inherit the profound meaning. So for me, there is no loss. What? This isn't a simple deprivation? Instead, you want to steal his laws of time? When Pei Dason and the rest of the Dark Guards heard this, their hearts were filled with shock. Snatching another person's law of time and fusing it with himself? How could this be possible? This was too absurd. He had never heard of such a perverted thing in the world. Wait a minute! Could it be that its law of death was stolen from someone else? The ultimate profundity of the laws of death, could it be the great deacon's? The crowd was shocked to the extreme. They looked at the white-eyed wolf again as if they were looking at a demon. What kind of monster was this? Amidst the Dark Guard commander's howls of despair, the deprivation finally ended. I'm going to fuse with it. The white-eyed wolf excitedly looked at Qin Feiyang and the Man before turning around and flying away. Wait! Man, who had been looking down as if he was thinking about something, immediately looked up at the white-eyed wolf and shouted. What? The white-eyed wolf stopped and turned to look at him suspiciously. That? The man moved closer and chuckled. Brother Wolf, is your third ability only useful to you? What else? The white-eyed wolf raised an eyebrow. Is this kid stupid? Of course, his ability was only useful to him. The man smiled flatteringly. What I mean is, can your ability also allow us to fuse with one or two law powers? You're thinking too much. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain before disappearing into the blood sea without looking back. The man was stunned and then smiled bitterly. He was indeed thinking too much. This ability belonged to the white-eyed wolf, so it could only help the white-eyed wolf fuse with law powers. He was really stupid to be thinking about such a beautiful dream. Qin Feiyang looked at the man and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. However, the man couldn't be blamed because even he envied the white-eyed wolf from the bottom of his heart. It's gone! It's all over, little bastard, just kill me! I'll go to the netherworld and become a malicious spirit. Then I'll come back for your dog life. The Shadow Guard commander seemed to have lost his soul as he muttered to himself. His dim eyes had no luster. In the end, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart as he looked up at Qin Feiyang and roared with resentment. Malicious spirit? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He looked at Xing De and said indifferently, "This person has no value anymore." Understood. Xing De nodded and stepped in front of the Shadow Guard commander. He sneered. "You don't even have the chance to become a ghost." Boom! The power of law rolled out and instantly drowned the Shadow Guard commander. Then, in the endless screams, the Shadow Guard commander turned into dust and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Dead, a dignified overlord, a top powerhouse of the Sky Cloud realm, was killed just like that. Pei Dason and the group of Shadow Guards witnessed this scene with their own eyes and couldn't help but tremble. Even a powerhouse like the Dark Guard commander could be killed so easily, let alone people like them. After the Dark Guard commander died, Qin Feiyang also retracted his gaze. He swept his gaze over Pei Dason's group and the Dark Guards. His eyes flickered as he looked at Pei Wanli and said with a smile, "You come here." "What?" Pei Wanli's face was filled with horror. "I told you to come here, so come here." Qin Feiyang beckoned. Pei Wanli shook his head. "But is that so?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. I'll come. Pei Wanli trembled and struggled to get up. He staggered towards Qin Feiyang with a face full of panic. Qin Feiyang raised his hand. Seeing this, Pei Wanli suddenly retreated in horror. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He grabbed Pei Wanli's shoulder and dragged him in front of him. He smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I won't kill you." At the same time, his other hand took out the Divine Life pill and Yuan Hai pill and handed it to Pei Wanli. Pei Wanli was very surprised. What was going on? He actually gave him a pill to heal his injuries? He definitely didn't have good intentions. He didn't dare to take it. "Quickly take it," Qin Feiyang said coldly. Pei Wanli trembled and hurriedly grabbed the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He wondered if this pill was poisonous. "Look at you, I'm talking to you nicely, but you're still trembling in fear and want me to be fierce to you. Aren't you a masochist?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. What else did Pei Wanli dare to say now? He could only nod and smile. "Don't be like a soft-footed shrimp. You're the grandson of the Blood Hall's Hall Master. Be a little tougher." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and then looked at the group of people and asked, "Who is Hai Qingliang and Hai Qingji?" No one said a word. "If you don't speak, I'll kill all of you." Qin Feiyang's face turned slightly cold. "We are." Hai Qingliang and Hai Qingji quickly got up. "You guys come over too." Qin Feiyang smiled at the two of them. The two brothers looked at each other and could only bite the bullet and walk over. "Don't be nervous. I'm not the Demon King. I won't take your lives casually." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "You guys are old Hai's grandchildren?" Yes. The two of them nodded repeatedly. "Look at you guys. You're all people with status and background. Why is your cultivation not as good as me and senior brother Feng Zi?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Yes, we're too stupid. We've caused you trouble. Sorry, we apologize to you." The three of them nodded submissively. "What are you trying to do? You guys are causing trouble for your grandfather. Originally, it was a very good strategy for them to let you hide outside. First, they could protect you. Second, they could deal with me without any worries. But what happened in the end? You guys just couldn't bear the loneliness and insisted on going to the nearby town to play. Now look, I just happened to bump into you. Tell me, if this isn't causing trouble for them, then what is?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. If he had such a grandson, he would definitely slap him to death in anger. "What? You bumped into us in that town?" The three of them looked stiff. "Yes, don't you think it's a coincidence? I was worried about where to find you guys, but you guys took the initiative to come to me." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You three unfilial sons, I told you not to run around, but you insisted on running out. Now you've caused everyone's death!" Pei Dason roared. Hai Qingliang's parents were also full of anger. The three of them lowered their heads, their hearts full of regret. Why couldn't they endure it? Now, because of a fluke, not only did they harm themselves, but they also harmed their families. Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Dason and the others and smiled. Don't be so agitated. I didn't say that I'm going to kill you now. Anyway, you'll die sooner or later. Pei Hongyu snorted. It's hard to say. Because it depends on whether the Blood Hall Master and Old High care about you. Qin Feiyang chuckled, looked at Pei Wanli and said, Send a message to your grandfather. Send a message to grandfather. Pei Wanli was stunned. At this moment, they all understood that they were being used as bargaining chips. Young master, his voice transmission stone is with me. Xingde walked to Qin Feiyang and handed a voice transmission stone to Qin Feiyang. Why is it with you? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Xingde laughed and said, When I took their interspatial rings, I took it along with them. You're quite careful. Qin Feiyang smiled and gestured to give the voice transmission stone to Pei Wanli. Xingde took the voice transmission stone and handed it to Pei Wanli. Pei Wanli glanced at the divine sound transmission stone, then glanced at Qin Feiyang. His expression was extremely hesitant. If his grandfather were to know that he was found by Qin Feiyang because he ran out to play, then he would definitely rain a torrent of abuse on him. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Qin Feiyang smiled. Pei Wanli braced himself and grabbed the voice transmission stone. Now, his sea of qi was almost recovered. After all, it was the primordial sea divine pill with 7 dragon-shaped elixirs. Hurry up! Xing Dao's eyes turned cold, and his killing intent shrouded Pei Wanli. Pei Wanli quivered and quickly activated the voice transmission stone. Chapter 3309. After a while. Buzz! A phantom appeared. It was none other than the Blood Hall's Hall Master. What's wrong with you? The Master of the Blood Hall had a smile on his face, but when he saw Pei Wanli covered in blood, his smile disappeared. Grandpa, Pei Wanli was about to speak when Qin Feiyang grabbed the stone and then pushed Pei Wanli away. Immediately, their gazes collided. Qin Feiyang? The Master of the Blood Hall was stunned and shouted. Why are you with my grandson? Isn't it obvious? He has fallen into my hands. Qin Feiyang smiled. How is this possible? The Master of the Blood Hall was in disbelief. He had hidden so well, but he was still found by this person. Nothing is impossible in the world. Besides your grandson, I have many acquaintances of yours here. Qin Feiyang turned the divine sound transmitting stone to face the group of secret guards, Pei Dason, and the others. Master, save us! Father, we don't want to die! The group of people immediately called for help. The Master of the Blood Hall looked at them one by one, and his face was extremely gloomy. They never expected that Qin Feiyang would actually be able to find their hiding place. But how did he know? He knew. This place was close to the Death Glacier, and there were few people around. In his memory, there was no safer and more secretive place than here. Besides, he was very confident. Qin Feiyang would definitely think that he would carefully place the people around him in the Blood Hall for protection. But why were they caught by Qin Feiyang now? Could it be that there were spies of Qin Feiyang among these people? But it was impossible. These people were the family members of him and the masters of the Blood Hall. They were all Qin Feiyang's enemies. Who would tip off Qin Feiyang? Don't be like Pei Dason and say that I'm despicable. Qin Feiyang laughed. The Master of the Blood Hall asked, What do you want? It's simple. Exchange hostages. Look, these are all your family members. Even if you don't include the shadow guards, there are still 50 to 60 people. Use them to exchange for the Mermaid Emperor, the White-Winged Emperor, the Alliance Master, Yi Miao, and the 2 mythical beasts. To you, this should be a very good deal. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Blood Hall Master clenched his fists. Exchanging hostages was indeed a good deal for him. However, the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor were the only bargaining chips that could restrain Qin Feiyang. If they were returned to Qin Feiyang now, what would the Blood Hall use to negotiate with Qin Feiyang in the future? Most importantly, even without these two bargaining chips, Qin Feiyang could still attack the Blood Hall without any scruples. There was also the Alliance Master and the two Divine Beasts. They were all top experts in the Sky Cloud realm, especially the Alliance Master. He was known as the #1 expert in the space law in the Sky Cloud realm. Once he was released, it would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. As for Miao, it didn't matter to him. All in all, this seemed to be a good deal, but in front of him, there would be endless troubles. You don't have to give me an answer now. Anyway, I'm very patient. I can wait. However, I'm afraid your children and grandchildren won't be able to wait that long. Think about it carefully. Once you've thought about it, let Miao send a message to you at Qin. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and crushed the transmission stone. As for Pei Wanli Sea of Qi, it was once again crushed by Xingde under Qin Feiyang's signal. Damn it, damn it! Blood Hall. The Blood Hall Master roared again and again. My lord, what happened? A secret guard ran in and looked at him in surprise. Immediately inform Old High and the 9 deacons. Tell them to go to the conference hall immediately. I have something urgent to discuss with them. Also, tell the secret guard commander to come back. The Blood Hall Master shouted. Yes. The Shadow Guard responded and immediately turned to run out. What had happened to make the Blood Hall Master so angry? Black Tortoise World. Whether you can survive now depends on the decision of the Blood Hall Master. Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Dason and the others and smiled faintly. Then, he turned to Xingde and said, Stay here and watch over them. Yes. Xingde nodded. Then, Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 supreme-grade heaven-defying artifacts and said with a smile, What are your choices? We submit. The 2 supreme-grade heaven-defying artifacts answered without hesitation. Traitor! Spineless! Pei Dason and the others scolded. Qin Feiyang looked at the group and smiled. What do you know? A wise man submits to circumstances. Then, he looked at the 2 supreme weapons and said, Follow Xingde for now. When you perform well, I'll consider letting you enter the land of origin. Thank you, young master. We'll definitely perform well. The 2 supreme weapons were overjoyed. They actually had the chance to enter the land of origin? What a fortune! Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. Then, he disappeared without a trace with the secret guards. You bastards! The Dark Guard commander spent so much effort to train you. Now, not only did you not take revenge for the Dark Guard commander, you even defected to Qin Feiyang. Do you have any conscience? As soon as Qin Feiyang left, Pei Dason and the others looked at the 2 supreme weapons and scolded them. Conscience? Are you stupid? You want to talk about conscience with us? Besides, the Dark Guard commander trained us to help him kill his enemies. At most, we're just using each other. The 2 supreme weapons sneered. Bastards! No, you're worse than bastards! Pei Dason roared. You're courting death! The 2 divine artifacts were enraged and went up to give him a good beating. Pei Hongyu glanced at Pei Dason and the 2 supreme weapons. Then, she looked at Xingde and said, I remember that you're under the Vice Alliance leader. Hearing this, Boss Xing looked at her expressionlessly. You've been with the Vice Alliance leader for so many years, but you don't even have a supreme weapon. Don't you think it's a waste of your talent? But as long as you help us now, I promise that I'll not only give you supreme weapons, but I'll also give you supreme divine arts. In short, as long as you want something other than the sovereign weapon, we can satisfy you, Pei Hongyu said temptingly. Xingde couldn't help but sneer. If he really cared about these things, he would have left the Rogue Cultivators Alliance and defected to the Demonic Palace. Why would he wait until now? What's so good about Qin Feiyang? Why are you working so hard for him? Pei Hongyu said angrily. You're not qualified to judge whether the young master is good or not. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill you. Anyway, I have so many bargaining chips. You're just one more. Xing Dao's eyes flashed with killing intent. She actually wanted to persuade him to defect? This woman must be an idiot. Blood, see? On the other side. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of dark guards standing in front of him in silence. There were exactly 55 of them. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, the group of secret guards were all flustered. Kill us if you want to. One of the dark guards mustered up his courage and stood out, looking at Qin Feiyang and roaring. Do you want to die so badly? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. I don't want to die. But I know that I'll die if I fall into your hands. So I might as well be straightforward, the dark guard said. Not bad. You're very aware. Qin Feiyang nodded and said. However, I don't intend to kill you. What do you mean? The group of dark guards looked at each other. He didn't intend to kill them? Was this person so kind? Of course, I won't be so kind. You have all seen the fate of the Dark Guard commander with your own eyes. I will not hesitate to kill an expert like him, let alone you. But after thinking about it, it's not easy for you to cultivate to the sovereign realm. So, I want to give you a chance. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You want us to defect from the Blood Palace and follow you? One of the Dark Guards asked. Smart. I also hope that you can make a smart choice. Qin Feiyang smiled. Impossible. We'll never do something like dragging out an ignoble existence. Another Dark Guard shouted coldly. Xingde is right. It's a bit difficult to make you submit willingly. Qin Feiyang smiled. Since you already know, why waste your breath? Come, give us a quick death. The group of Dark Guards closed their eyes. I'm puzzled. Even the Dark Guard commander wanted to follow me before he died. Why are you subordinates so stubborn? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The commander is the commander. We are us. Besides, do you really think the commander wants to follow you? What a joke. That's just a delaying tactic. Once he recovers his Qi Ocean, it'll be your doomsday. The group of Dark Guards sneered. Since they were going to die, there was nothing to be afraid of. So, all of them became arrogant. So that's how it is. Fortunately, I didn't believe him. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Are you sure you don't want to follow me? Think carefully. The decision you make now will affect your future achievements. Future achievements? We've already reached the sovereign realm. What achievements do we need? There's nothing to pursue. Come, stop nagging. The group of Dark Guards urged. They were truly fearless in the face of death. Nothing to pursue? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, Are you guys so easily satisfied? Yes, your cultivation has indeed reached the peak of the sky cloud boundary. But what about your strength? When the group of Dark Guards heard this, they couldn't help but open their eyes and look at Qin Feiyang. Have any of you comprehended the Supreme Profound? Have any of you comprehended the Supreme Law? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The group of Dark Guards shook their heads. Since there isn't any, then why don't you dare to pursue? Qin Feiyang said. The Supreme Profound, the Supreme Law, do you think it's cabbage that can be picked up on the street? A Dark Guard sneered. I know it's difficult. For you guys, it's a height that you can't reach in your lifetime. But as long as you follow me, I won't necessarily help you comprehend the Supreme Profound, but there will at least be a glimmer of hope. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I don't believe you. The group of Dark Guards shook their heads. Do you think you're the god of creation? You want to help us comprehend the Supreme Profound? Chapter 33:10. You think I'm joking with you? Even if you're Paragon Sovereigns, you're just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Qin Feiyang sneered mercilessly and tore off his shirt. The group of secret guards wanted to laugh. He actually called them a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well? However, when they saw Qin Feiyang tearing off his shirt, they were stunned. What did he mean? Seduction? Fuck. We're not interested in men, okay? Wait. But suddenly, they noticed a potential imprint on Qin Feiyang's chest. What's this? The group of secret guards suddenly became bewildered. Did you notice that? This imprint is a bit familiar? Where have I seen it before? It's a bit familiar, but I can't recall it at the moment. Wait. This seems to be a potential imprint. Potential imprint? Yes, it's exactly the same as the potential imprint I saw in the ancient books. What's going on? Did he open the door of potential? At this moment, the secret guard's expressions were extremely interesting. Shock, doubt, disbelief. There was even a secret guard who instinctively walked towards Qin Feiyang step by step. When he reached in front of Qin Feiyang, he even reached out to touch the potential imprint. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he quickly took a step back. Forget about touching. Just looking is enough. How is it? Qin Feiyang looked at the group of secret guards and said contemptuously, Now you admit that you're a frog at the bottom of a well? The group of secret guards looked at each other, and then looked at Qin Feiyang in unison, asking, Is this a potential imprint or not? Of course. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and raised his hand to wipe it to prove that it wasn't drawn. This is impossible. Since ancient times, no one has been able to open the door of potential in the Sky Cloud realm. It must be fake. The group of secret guards shook their heads. No one has opened it in the Sky Cloud realm, but it doesn't mean that no one has opened it in other places. Look at my Black Tortoise realm. Not only me, but my friends and beasts have all opened the door of potential. Moreover, except for the Sovereign realm, all the other realms' doors of potential have all been opened. Even the ferocious beasts beside me have opened all the doors of potential. As for you so-called perfect dominator realm experts, you haven't even opened a single door of potential. Do you suddenly feel a huge blow? Qin Feiyang smiled and then took out a new white robe and put it on. No. The secret guards still couldn't believe it. Let's not talk about me, the people around me, and the ferocious beasts around me. Even many of the creatures in the Black Tortoise world have opened 1 or 2 doors of potential. You still don't believe? Sure, follow me to a place. I'll let you experience it for yourself. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought a group of people to the hall of the ancient castle. The crowd scanned the castle. Was this the Dominator divine weapon? Don't worry. The castle won't do anything to you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to look at a cultivation room on the 2nd floor. He said, Dan Wankai, come out. The stone door opened and Dan Wankai walked out with a medicinal fragrance all over his body. Young master. Dan Wankai bowed. Give me a potential pill. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. Dan Wankai glanced at the secret guards and took out a potential pill from his universe ring and placed it in Qin Feiyang's hand. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of secret guards and pointed at one of them. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure. He was about 1.9 meters tall and looked very valiant. At this moment, he looked at the potential pill in Qin Feiyang's hand and was full of doubts. You come here, Qin Feiyang said. The middle-aged man walked up. Take it. Qin Feiyang threw the potential pill to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man caught the potential pill and hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and threw it into his mouth. Don't worry. It's not poisonous. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. After that, he looked at the ancient castle and said, Ancient castle, can I trouble you to release a bit of your oppressive might? Boom! The pressure of the ruler divine weapon immediately shrouded the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man panicked. Sit down. Don't be distracted. Qin Feiyang shouted. The middle-aged man immediately sat on the ground and focused. After a few breaths, he roared and his body shook violently. Dazzling light immediately bloomed from his chest. The other shadow guards hurriedly looked over and were all dumbfounded. After the light dissipated, a potential imprint appeared. The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the potential mark. He was completely stunned. He opened a door of potential so easily. How do you feel? Someone looked at the middle-aged man and asked. I feel great. My essence, chi, and spirit have been refined. The middle-aged man replied and then shouted. This is indeed a potential mark. It's not a dream. It's real. What kind of pill is that? It can open the door of potential for these people. Wait. It said that the pill formula in the first volume of the pill scripture can open the door of potential for those below the ruler realm. Could it be that the so-called potential pill is one of the pill formulas in the first volume of the pill scripture? In other words, the legendary first volume of the pill scripture is in this person's hands? When the group thought of this, their eyes trembled and they looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. It's your ancestors' good fortune that the young master has taken a liking to you. Cherish it. Dan Wakai said coldly and turned to return to the cultivation room. Now you know. As long as I'm willing, I can open the door of potential for all of you. I said that all of you are frogs at the bottom of the well. Do you admit it now? Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people indifferently. When the group heard this, they smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that this person would have the pill to open the door of potential? In a sense, the value of the door of potential was higher than the ruler divine weapon. Now, they finally understood why Qin Feiyang and Man Mo's talents were so terrifying. It turned out that they had opened the door of potential. Immediately, they couldn't help but feel a fire in their hearts. If they also opened all the doors of potential, they would be reborn in an instant. Especially their comprehension, it would increase countless times. In this way, wouldn't there be hope for them to comprehend the Supreme Profound? Not to mention the Supreme Profound, if they could comprehend the Supreme Profound of the Supreme Profound of the Supreme Profound, it would be a leap in transformation. If they could comprehend all the Supreme Profound of the sixth Supreme Profound that they had mastered, even if they didn't have the Supreme Profound, it would be enough to dominate the Sky Cloud realm. At that time, their status and value in the Sky Cloud realm would naturally rise. What's wrong? Are you tempted? But I've changed my mind now. I don't want to accept you. Go to hell. Qin Feiyang chuckled. When the group of people heard this, their expressions suddenly froze. Don't blame me. You asked for it. If you had agreed before, everything would have been fine, but now. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of disdain, and said indifferently, with these pills, I don't have to worry about no one coming to find me. Don't. We were wrong, we were wrong. We shouldn't have doubted you. Qin Feiyang, no, young master, please accept us. We promise that we will follow you loyally in the future. Even if you want us to kill our way into the Blood Palace, we won't frown. When the group of secret guards heard this, they all knelt on the ground, fawning and begging. They were as humble as they could be. Qin Feiyang looked hesitant. We were really wrong. We are frogs at the bottom of a well. Please, I beg you, just think of us as homeless orphans. Can you take pity on us? Who didn't want to open the door of potential? However, it was impossible to do so with their own abilities. Now that there was such an opportunity, they definitely couldn't miss it. No matter what, they had to stay. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people and nodded. I'm sure it's quite pitiful. However, how do you expect me to trust you? The group of people was at a loss. However, suddenly, the middle-aged man said, Young master, didn't I hear that you have a kind of control secret technique? You can control us. Even if I control you, what if you don't want to live and die together with me? Qin Feiyang looked at them mockingly. No. In this world, who doesn't care about their own lives? How can we be so stupid to die together with you? This won't do us any good. Young master, trust us. As long as you help us open the door of potential, you will be our second parent. We will definitely be filial to you. The group of people looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully, as if they were children begging for attention. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang choked. Second parent? This was too exaggerated. In terms of age, which one of these people wasn't an ancestor-level antique? It was a little old to be their parent. Please, I beg you. The group of people begged endlessly and almost hugged his thigh. All right. Seeing that you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accept you. But remember, this is definitely not coercion. Qin Feiyang said. Of course. We are all willing. If anyone dares to say that you forced us, we will be the first to kill them. The group of people was wild with joy. Even when they broke through to the perfection sovereign realm, they weren't so happy. People like them didn't have many pursuits. After all, they were already standing at the top and their lives were considered to have come to an end. However, it was different now. The appearance of the door of potential ignited their fighting spirit and ignited their desire for strength. In short, to them, the potential pill was equivalent to a new life. Moreover, it was a new life with limitless possibilities. There was even hope for them to surpass those giants in the Tianyun world. Qin Feiyang formed seals with both hands and enslavement seals appeared one after another. The group of people were like little sheep, kneeling on the ground and obediently accepting the control. They didn't have the slightest intention to resist. They were even more obedient than children. Chapter 33:11. From now on, you are Qin Feiyang's shadow guards. Work hard. One day, I hope to see your reputation even greater than when you were in the Blood Hall. It would be best if everyone trembles when they hear your name. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people and said indifferently, "Isn't that simple? A massacre will naturally make them tremble in fear." One of the shadow guards smiled coldly. "Massacre?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, looked at the shadow guard and asked, "You think this is very impressive, don't you?" The shadow guard was slightly stunned. Looking at Qin Feiyang's appearance, he realized that his words had aroused Qin Feiyang's dissatisfaction. He hurriedly shook his head and said, No, young master, please listen to this subordinate's explanation. What's not? I think you are!" Qin Feiyang coldly shouted. He glanced at all the shadow guards and said, "I don't care what you were like when you were in the Blood Hall, but now that you are with me, you have to follow my rules." The group of people silently lowered their heads, trembling in fear. "Now I will set 3 iron rules for you. First, you are not allowed to kill the innocent. Second, you are not allowed to bully others. Third, you are not allowed to betray your companions. Remember, this is an iron rule, and also my bottom line. If anyone dares to violate it, don't blame me for being merciless." Qin Feiyang paused after every word, his words carrying a bone-piercing killing intent. "Yes," the group of people hurriedly responded. They did not dare to doubt Qin Feiyang's words. He could even kill the Shadow Guard commander without hesitation, let alone them. "Actually, what I said was to make our enemies tremble in fear, not ordinary people. I believe you have all heard of this saying. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. It is the same for ordinary people. So, we have to treat them well." Qin Feiyang taught them with good intentions, and his tone softened a lot. These people used to be the Blood Hall's secret guards. They were vicious and merciless, and would stop at nothing. If he didn't kill them, they would definitely bring him a lot of trouble in the future. What he needed was help, not a heartless executioner. Therefore, he had to warn them in advance. Otherwise, when trouble came, it would be too late to remedy it. "We will remember." 55 shadow guards bowed and replied. Qin Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the second floor and said with a smile, "Dan Wakai, come out again and help them open the doors of potential in the first 3 floors. "The first 3 floors?" Hearing this, the group of shadow guards became restless. Why was it only the first 3 levels? "Aren't you going to open all of them?" Dan Wakai walked out and looked at the noisy hall. He snorted coldly and said, "How can it be so easy to unlock all the doors of potential? This will depend on your performance in the future." "I see." When the group of secret guards heard that, they could not help heaving a sigh of relief. They were really shocked. They thought that Qin Feiyang would not care about them after they were controlled. It turned out that he wanted to see their performance. And they must perform well in the future and strive to unlock all the doors of potential as soon as possible. Dan Wakai took out the potential elixir. With the help of the ancient castle, the group of people successfully opened the doors of potential in the first 3 floors. The group of shadow guards also slowly realized that although Dan Wansai's cultivation was not high, his position in the Black Tortoise world was not ordinary. Look, the potential elixir was so important, but Qin Feiyang actually let him take care of it. This kind of trust had already surpassed the trust of a friend. If you need any elixirs in the future, come find me. After saying that, Dan Wakai returned to the cultivation room without looking back. Several shadow guards glanced at Dan Wansai's cultivation room and asked, "Young master, is he in charge of all the elixirs here?" "In." Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed like they really had to curry favor with this person in the future. "Come out with me." Qin Feiyang turned around and walked out of the ancient castle. A group of shadow guards followed him out. When they saw the endless medicinal fields around them, they could not help but feel shocked. How many medicinal herbs were there? And they were all aged. Take those trees of fortune, for example. When Qin Feiyang planted them here, the tallest one was only a dozen meters tall, and the smallest was only 1.5 meters tall. But now, every single one of them had grown into a towering tree. They were like giant peaks, looking extremely magnificent. "Pai Lupi," Qin Feiyang spoke. Soon, Pai Lupi flew through the air and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, bowing. "Greetings, Lord. Now that they are on our side, arrange a place for them to stay." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Okay." Pai Lupi nodded, then looked at the group of shadow guards and smiled. "Everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Pai Lupi, the butler of the Black Tortoise world." "Greetings, brotherly." The group of shadow guards was also very polite. Just the word butler was not light. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang were indeed the butlers of the Black Tortoise world now, because they were handling some of the affairs. Fire Lotus had also completely let go and was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. "Follow me." Pai Lupi smiled, then turned and walked in the direction of the tea garden. "Wait." Qin Feiyang suddenly called out to Pai Lupi. After pondering for a while, he looked at Pai Lupi and said, "Let them stay next to Xia Yuan and the others." Qin Feiyang then looked at the group of shadow guards and smiled. "When you are free, communicate with Xia Yuan and the others more and help them comprehend the profound laws." "Xia Yuan?" The group of shadow guards was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Who are they?" "Ask Pai Lupi, he will tell you." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Let's go." Pai Lupi looked at the group of shadow guards and smiled, then continued to lead the way. The group of shadow guards hurriedly followed. "Let me tell you, in this place, you must not rely on your strength to look down on others. Every person and every beast here is a companion who has followed the Lord Ruler through life and death to reach this day. Look at this courtyard, this is the Lord Ruler's residence. The Lord Ruler's wife is currently living here. The owners of the 2 courtyards next to it are the Lord Ruler's 2 ancestors. Look over there, that is the madman's residence, and the person living there is the madman's fiancé. In short, those who can live in the Devil's Land are not outsiders. Of course. Now that the Lord Ruler has allowed you to stay in the Devil's Land, he no longer treats you as outsiders. So you must cherish it." Pai Lupi led the way while introducing the Devil's Land. "The Devil's Land? The environment here is so good, why is it called the Devil's Land?" Everyone looked at each other. "I'm not sure either. When I came here, it was already like this. However, I heard that this place used to be a forbidden land with a fierce reputation. Later, under Miss Fire Lotus's transformation, it slowly became a cultivation holy land, a paradise." Pai Lupi said. "So it's like that, then who is Miss Fire Lotus?" Everyone suddenly understood. "She is the Lord Ruler's younger sister, and Elder was personal disciple." Pai Lupi smiled proudly, and at the same time, he had a respectful expression. He and Theta Wang being where they were today had nothing to do with Qin Feiyang. It was Fire Lotus who had cultivated them. Therefore, no matter how the Black Tortoise world changed, Fire Lotus would always be their benefactor. Elder was personal disciple. The group of shadow guards was shocked. Who didn't know what kind of person Elder was? He had status and strength, and he could be said to be highly respected in the Demon Palace. Yet he had taken a fancy to her and accepted her as his personal disciple. It seemed that Qin Feiyang's younger sister was not an ordinary person. 2 days later, Theta Wang finally returned and reported to Qin Feiyang. That's quite fast. Qin Feiyang was a little surprised. He thought that it would take at least 10 days to half a month to complete. I will definitely do my best to complete the task you gave me. Why don't you go take a look at the soul-sealing valley? That scene, that smell, it's simply hell on earth. Theta Wang asked. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and shook his head. I'll pass. I'm already so old, and I can't stand the torment. Theta Wang was stunned, and her face was filled with speechlessness. You're already so old? If you don't dare to go, just say it. What's with the excuses? Qin Feiyang smiled. Go find Xingde now, and then bring all those people to the soul-sealing valley. Let them experience the highest etiquette of the Black Tortoise world to our distinguished guests. The highest etiquette? Theta Wang was stunned, and the corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. The current soul-sealing valley, let alone humans, even ferocious beasts did not dare to step into it. Because it was too smelly. It could be said that now that the soul-sealing valley and the desert of death were placed together, everyone would rather die in the other forbidden zones than suffer in the soul-sealing valley. As expected, when Theta Wang rushed to the western region, and together with Xingde, brought Pei Wanli and the others to the sky above the soul-sealing valley, the group instantly turned pale with fright. The entire soul-sealing valley had become a huge cesspool at this moment. What are you doing? Don't throw me down. I'd rather die than go in. Please, just give us a quick death. Young people like Pei Wanli were roaring hysterically. This is not up to you. Xingde held his breath and slapped out. Immediately, the group of people fell down one after another, accompanied by screams. Angry roars and curses also resounded. So pitiful. Theta Wang also covered her nose, shook her head, and laughed gloatingly. Xingda's mouth twitched. Was this called pitiful? No. This was a living torment. He might as well die a quick death. This white-eyed wolf was really vicious. He could even come up with such a ruthless idea. It seemed that it was better to keep a distance from the white-eyed wolf. Otherwise, one day, if they were not careful, they would be beaten black and blue. It was also on this day. Somewhere in the western region, a terrifying aura erupted. The owner of this aura was the white-eyed wolf. Obviously, it had successfully merged and stepped into the Dominator realm. Time stop, time reversal, ultimate profound. Instant time, one word, awesome. 2 words, still awesome. The white-eyed wolf smiled excitedly and took a step forward. His entire body seemed to have merged into the long river of time and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 33:12. Little Qin Zi, it's time to work. Qin Feiyang was pondering the law of force in the ancient castle when the white-eyed wolf's voice suddenly sounded from outside. He's out? He was slightly stunned, then got up and walked out of the ancient castle. He looked at the high-spirited white-eyed wolf in the sky and asked, Did you succeed? Of course. The white-eyed wolf waved his paw, and a wave of the law of time appeared. Qin Feiyang immediately entered a state of stillness. Then, he waved his paw again, and the state of stillness disappeared. Qin Feiyang also looked at the white-eyed wolf enviously. Of course, he was no stranger to time's stillness. He had used it many times in the ancient castle. Every time he saw it, he would be envious. However, he had comprehended so many laws, but he had not comprehended the law of time. It was a pity. Don't be envious. You can't be envious. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Although he looked like he deserved a beating, there was nothing he could do. This bastard indeed had the right to be proud. He asked curiously, What's the supreme mystery of the law of time? Instant time. You'll know later. Now take me to Jinyuan City. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed coldly. Jinyuan City? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why are we going to Jinyuan City? Those two hidden guards embarrassed me in public last time. Of course, I can't just let them go." The white-eyed wolf sneered. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This guy was quite vengeful. But then again, wasn't it the nature of wolves to be vengeful? "Hurry up. I'll let you see the power of the instant time." The white-eyed wolf grinned. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly had a trace of expectation. The white-eyed wolf looked at the ancient castle again and shouted, "Little lunatic, come out too. I'll take you to have fun." Crazy walked out slowly and said, "You monster, don't talk to me. Look, look, look. Another envious and jealous person." The white-eyed wolf was even more pleased with himself. "Who envies you? Reaping without sowing will only be despised by others," Man said sourly. Fine, 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 you're full of disdain." The white-eyed wolf was in a good mood and was too lazy to bicker with Man. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let's go, I can't wait any longer. Maybe the others have already left Jinyuan City." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Even if they left, there must be other secret guards guarding them. As long as it's a shadow guard, it's fine. I can't take this lying down. I must vent it out." The white-eyed wolf snorted. "All right." Qin Feiyang and Man looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Then, the two of them and the wolf left the Black Tortoise world and appeared in Wang Dufu's cultivation room. Although 2 days had passed in the Black Tortoise world, only a short while had passed in the outside world. Looking at the floor full of wine, Qin Feiyang asked, "Did the two of you drink all the divine wine here? Don't make a fuss. It's only a dozen jars." "You don't say. His private wine cellar really does have a lot of good wine." The white-eyed wolf looked at the wine cellar with shining eyes. With one look, it was obvious that he wanted to take it for himself. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and called Snowflake out. Then, a space-time tunnel appeared. The two of them and the wolf quickly rushed in. Jinyuan City! The city lord was killed. Now, the vice-city lord of Jinyuan City was in charge. He led everyone and rebuilt Jinyuan City in full swing. In the sky, 2 black-robed men stood side by side and looked at the people below coldly. They were the 2 secret guards who fought with the white-eyed wolf. "Why do you think the palace lord suddenly called the 6th deacon back?" one of them asked. "I don't know. But it's not hard to guess. It must have something to do with Qin Feiyang and the others. These people caused a lot of trouble as soon as they came to the western mainland. They're simply a group of jinxes." The other person snorted. The death of the secret guard commander, and the capture of Pei Wanli, and the others were not spread. So, no one in the western mainland knew about it except for the Blood Hall's big shots. Although they're a group of jinxes, they're quite capable. Capable? If that wolf didn't run fast enough, it would be a corpse now. It better not let me see it again. Otherwise, I'll pluck its fur. That secret guard sneered. Whoosh! However, before he could finish his words, the void in front of him suddenly distorted. Then, a space-time tunnel appeared. The 2 secret guards immediately looked at the space-time tunnel with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Were they companions? However, at the next moment, their eyes darkened, and a monstrous murderous aura exuded from their bodies. "You're still here!" The white-eyed wolf walked out of the space-time tunnel and looked at the 2 of them with a smile. "Are you here to die again?" The 2 secret guards sneered. "Die?" A trace of mockery flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. Did they think that it was still at the same cultivation level? Boom! Immediately, it released its aura, and the cultivation level of a beginner sovereign was revealed without any concealment. What? The 2 secret guards' pupils shrank. It had actually broken through to the beginner sovereign realm? It's Qin Feiyang! And that lunatic and that wolf king! This time, the 2 men and the wolf did not disguise themselves. Therefore, when the white-eyed wolf released its aura, it alarmed the people below. When they looked up, they immediately recognized it. They actually came to Jinyuan City so brazenly? Didn't they know that there were secret guards here? Didn't they know that the entire western mainland was looking for them? So this is why you're so confident. However, do you really think that breaking through to the beginner sovereign realm can wash away your humiliation? Naive! The 2 secret guards sneered and shouted. Everyone, evacuate immediately. No need to go through so much trouble. Killing you is just a matter of waving my hand. The white-eyed wolf smiled contemptuously. Arrogant. The 2 secret guards were furious, and all kinds of profound laws roared out. The people below did not dare to stay any longer and frantically fled outside. Of course I'm arrogant. I just don't know why you're so arrogant. The white-eyed wolf sneered and waved its claws. The law of time rolled out, and the world instantly entered a state of stillness. What? Those who had fled far away all stopped and stared at the ingrate with their mouths agape. This is the law of time's profound law, time stop. That's not right. It controls the strongest law. Isn't it the law of death? Why did it become the law of time? Could it be? In an instant. In everyone's mind, there was a thought that they were unwilling to believe even if they were beaten to death. This Wolf King had mastered both the law of death and the law of time at the same time? Boom! High in the sky. Accompanied by 2 loud noises, the 2 secret guards forcibly broke the stillness of time, and their faces were instantly filled with horror. Being in the situation, of course they knew that this was the law of time. And time stop was the 5th profound of the law of time. In other words, this wolf cub's breakthrough was because it comprehended the 5th profound of the law of time. It actually mastered 2 of the most powerful laws? This had never happened in the Sky Cloud realm. That's right. In the history of the Sky Cloud realm, there had never been a person who had mastered 2 supreme laws. Even the big shots of the 4 superforces had only mastered 1 supreme law. This wolf cub was too terrifying. You're surprised? Don't worry, there's more to come. The white-eyed wolf proudly took a step forward and immediately merged into the long river of time, disappearing from everyone's sight. It was as if it had suddenly evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. Not to mention the people of Jinyuan City, even the 2 secret guards couldn't catch a trace of the white-eyed wolf's disappearance. It was simply so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Moment of time? Could it be that this supreme profound is the same as an auxiliary divine technique, not increasing the white-eyed wolf's strength, but increasing its speed? Madman was surprised. That should be the case. Qin Feiyang nodded. How could the speed of the supreme profound be so fast? It was even faster than a supreme heaven-defying auxiliary divine technique. So what if it's powerful? In front of a sovereign weapon, it's all trash. Madman smiled disdainfully. Qin Feiyang was speechless. There didn't seem to be any point of comparison. It was still the same meaning, sour. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf, who had disappeared, appeared behind the 2 secret guards. The power of death gushed out, and a dark red blood moon instantly appeared in the sky, attacking the 2 secret guards with lightning speed. The supreme profound of the law of death, dusk of the gods. The 2 secret guards were shocked. They quickly turned around and controlled their various profound divine techniques to attack the blood moon. With a loud bang, even if the 2 secret guards joined forces and used 8 types of 5th profound divine techniques, they couldn't stop the blood moon at this moment. The blood moon was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted toward the 2 secret guards. Ah! The 2 secret guards were like meteorites. Accompanied by painful screams, they smashed into the mountains below. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Ravines appeared everywhere as if a huge earthquake was happening. The people of Jinyuan City in the distance were dumbfounded. 2 sovereigns in the mastery realm joined forces, but they couldn't defeat a novice sovereign? This supreme profundity of an ultimate law was too terrifying, wasn't it? Whoosh! The 2 secret guards rushed out. Their bodies were covered in blood, but they didn't fight with the white-eyed wolf anymore. They used their legendary supportive divine techniques and fled without looking back. They escaped? Everyone was dumbfounded again. Even if they couldn't defeat the two secret guards, they shouldn't have run away. After all, their cultivation was here. What do you know? The two secret guards snorted coldly. What a bunch of ignorant, pitiful worms. The current situation was no longer a problem of cultivation. Even if they had supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifacts, they could only be abused by two supreme profound meanings. Escape? The white-eyed wolf was stunned at first. Then, disdain appeared in its eyes. It merged into the river of time again and appeared in front of the two secret guards. So fast! This time, the people of Jinyuan City finally noticed this. Previously, when the white-eyed wolf activated momentary time, it didn't appear immediately. Therefore, everyone thought that it must be hiding in a spatial divine item. It might also be like Qin Feiyang, who had mastered a divine technique that could make it invisible. But now, it had just disappeared and appeared again immediately. Moreover, it appeared in front of the two secret guards. Its speed was naturally very obvious. Chapter 33:13. It's at the initial stage of the Dominator realm, but its current speed is even faster than a great perfection Dominator. Is this a supreme level support divine technique? No! It's impossible for a supreme level support divine technique to be so fast. Could it be that this is a support divine technique that surpasses the supreme level? This astonishing scene made everyone feel that it was inconceivable to the extreme. Are you blind? How could this be a divine technique? Suddenly, a roar sounded. This was a black-robed man. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and his cultivation was at the great perfection undead realm. Although he was nothing in the sky cloud realm, he was still considered to have some strength in a small place like Jinyuan City. And he was the Vice City Lord of Jinyuan City. Then what is this? Hearing the Vice City Lord's roar, everyone looked at him suspiciously. He has activated the law of time. This must be a profound divine ability of the law of time, the Vice City Lord said in a deep voice. Profound divine ability! Everyone's eyes trembled. Even time stop had no effect on the two shadow guards, but now Wolf King's speed was crushing them. Could it be, this was the supreme profound of the law of time? Their cultivation was too weak, and they didn't know much about the supreme profound of the various supreme laws, so they couldn't be sure. At the same time, seeing the white-eyed wolf catch up to them so quickly and block their path, the two shadow guards couldn't help but turn pale. The people of Jinyuan City didn't know, but as shadow guards, they knew clearly. This was the supreme profound. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Not only did he grasp the supreme profound of the law of death, but he also grasped the supreme profound of the law of time. What was going on? This wolf cub had clearly just broken through to the initial stage of the Dominator realm, so how could he comprehend the supreme profound of the law of time? Although they didn't see the white-eyed wolf's breakthrough with their own eyes the last time they fought, the white-eyed wolf was still a half-step Dominator. How long had it been? From the time Qin Feiyang and the others left Jinyuan City, went to Maple Valley, and then to the Death Glacier until now, it had only been half a month. In half a month, not only had it broken through to the initial stage of the Dominator realm, but it had also comprehended a new supreme profound. How was this possible? Even if it was the reincarnation of a supreme expert, it couldn't be so ridiculous. You think you can escape? The ingrate laughed in ridicule, and the supreme profundity of the laws of death was activated once more. The dark red crescent moon illuminated the sky, and the aura of death enveloped the surroundings, causing the heavens and the earth to seem as if it had transformed into a purgatory. No! The two shadow guards were extremely terrified. Too supreme profound of the law of time. Terrified, they could not help but kneel in the air and kowtow as they begged for mercy. Their hearts were filled with regret. Why did they still stay in Jinyuan City? She had even said that she would pluck its fur. So strong! Initial stage Dominator and advanced stage Dominator. That's a difference of two small realms. Yet they were killed just like that, this Qin Feiyang, whether it's him, the people around him, or the dire beasts, they're all monsters. The people of Jinyuan City couldn't help but tremble. The deputy city lord originally wanted to send a message. Before the 6 deacons left, they had established a contract bridge to facilitate communication. However, at this moment, he was holding the divine sound transmission stone and didn't dare to wake it up. He stood there trembling. An unknown liquid even flowed out of his pants. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. He looked at the people of Jinyuan City and shouted, "Help us tell the people of the Blood Hall that the show has begun. Don't be afraid." After saying that, he stepped in front of Qin Feiyang and Man Man and said proudly, "How is it?" "Not good." Man Man pouted. "Jealous, continue to be jealous." The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. "How shameless." Man Man had a look of disdain. The white-eyed wolf's current attitude was exactly the same as a nouveau riche. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and felt bitter. He transmitted his voice. "Senior brother, you don't say. The 2 of us might not be its match. With 2 profound skills, not to mention initial stage dominators, even perfect stage dominators might not be able to stop the white-eyed wolf. If we really fight to the death, I definitely won't lose to it." Man Man snorted through his nose. "Not necessarily. Don't forget that it grasps 3 great divine abilities. Deprive battle soul, deprive cultivation, and deprive laws. Your strongest means are your battle soul and laws. If we really fight to the death, to be honest, your chances of winning aren't high. Don't deny it. I really feel helpless against it. Everyone says that the 2 of us are abnormal, but I think this damn wolf cub is the real abnormal." Qin Feiyang shook his head. When Man Man heard this, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Although Qin Feiyang seemed to be boosting the morale of others, it seemed to be the truth. "Let's go!" Qin Feiyang looked at Snow beside him. "Where to?" Snow was suspicious. "Maple Leaf Valley." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. After Qin Feiyang and his group left, the people of Jinyuan City heaved a sigh of relief. Those monsters were finally gone. They would never come back again. Jinyuan City was too small to accommodate those monsters. "Sir, they have left. Quickly inform the 6th deacon." A guard called out as he looked at the vice city lord, who was scared silly. Everyone noticed that the vice city lord was so frightened that he had peed his pants, but no one laughed at him. This was because many of them had also peed their pants. Blood Hall. A majestic palace was situated on the peak of a towering mountain. The hall was dazzling and magnificent. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. After receiving the secret guard's message, the 9 deacons immediately rushed back. Old Hai, who was rebuilding his physical body and divine soul, also immediately walked out of the cultivation room. At this moment, inside the hall, the Blood Hall Master sat at the top with his head lowered. He looked at the table with an extremely gloomy face. The 9 deacons and Old Hai sat on both sides of the table with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. This was because the Blood Hall Master had not told them about Pei Wanli and the others being captured. In a short while, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps, a secret guard ran into the hall. "Where's the commander? Why isn't he here yet?" The Blood Hall Master looked up at the secret guard and said angrily. "Sir?" The secret guard knelt on the ground with a plop. He lowered his head and said with a pale face, "Sir, I can't contact the commander." "What?" The Blood Hall Master suddenly stood up. Old Hai and the 9 deacons were also shocked. One of the deacons looked at the secret guard and said, "If you can contact us, why can't you contact the commander?" Exactly. It was exactly that secret guard who'd received orders to summon the other great figures back. His name was Wang Changyuan. His status in the Blood Hall wasn't low. He was the vice commander of the secret guard, and he possessed a cultivation at the perfection sovereign realm. Moreover, he'd comprehended the supreme profundity of an ordinary law, and he was always by the side of the Blood Hall Master. Wang Changyuan stuttered as if he didn't dare say anything. "Speak!" the Blood Hall Master roared. Wang Changyuan's figure shook, and he roared, When I sent the commander a message, I noticed that the bridge had vanished. What? The bridge vanished? All the great figures were surprised and bewildered. How could that be possible? I didn't dare believe it as well. So, I asked many people before I came here. After they checked the divine transmission stone, they noticed that the commander's bridge had vanished as well. Lords, didn't all of you establish a bridge with the commander as well? Why don't you check it yourselves? Wang Changyuan gazed at the Blood Hall's master and the others as he spoke. Immediately. Besides Old Hai, everyone else withdrew their divine transmission stones. Because Old Hai's divine transmission stone had been destroyed along with the explosion in Ocean of Cloud City. Presently, he was in a soul state, so he hadn't used a new divine transmission stone. How is it? Old Hai gazed at the Blood Hall's master and the 9 deacons. However, all of them remained silent, while their faces were extremely gloomy. Could it be? A terrifying thought instantly arose in Old Hai's heart. What exactly is going on? Why did his contract bridge disappear? The Blood Hall's master roared. When Qin Feiyang had sent a message to the Blood Hall's master, the Blood Hall's master hadn't seen the Dark Guard commander. So, he didn't know that the Dark Guard commander had fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. Even though it's very difficult to accept, we have to admit that the Dark Guard commander might have suffered misfortune. One of the deacons spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned weakly against his seat, while pain filled his eyes. First, it was the Grand Deacon. Now, it was the Dark Guard commander. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was just an ordinary person, but both of them were pillars of support for the Blood Hall. The death of just one of them was a huge loss, yet now, 2 had actually perished. Damn it! It's definitely Qin Feiyang! The Blood Hall's master suddenly slapped the table and roared, and the table instantly shattered. Qin Feiyang? Old Hai and the 9 deacons gazed at him with surprise and bewilderment. Yes. I asked Wang Changyuan to summon all of you here because I have bad news for all of you. The Blood Hall's master spoke in a low voice. Bad news? All of them exchanged glances, and then they gazed at the Blood Hall's master with surprise and bewilderment. The Blood Hall's master clenched his fists tightly and spoke word by word. Our families have fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone here stood up successively. Wang Changyuan was shocked as well. Although he had been guarding outside the door, he didn't hear the conversation between the Blood Hall's master and Qin Feiyang at that time. After that, he asked the Blood Hall's master about it, but the Blood Hall's master didn't tell him. However, at that time, he guessed that something big must have happened. Otherwise, the Blood Hall's master wouldn't be so angry. What he didn't expect was that it was such a big deal. At that time, we decided to send our families out of the Blood Hall to prevent them from being implicated. Logically speaking, Qin Feiyang must have thought that they would be protected by us in the Blood Hall. However, what I didn't expect was that this damned little bastard didn't play by the rules. The Blood Hall's master roared angrily. He was so angry that he even wanted to kill someone. Chapter 33:14. He's a person who doesn't conform to common sense. We were too naive to expect him to act according to common sense. Old Hai was in extreme pain. All his children had fallen into the hands of Qin Feiyang. With Qin Feiyang's means, wouldn't his family line be cut off? The 9 deacons were also devastated. Who in the Sky Cloud realm didn't know what kind of character Qin Feiyang had? Now that he had fallen into his hands, how could he still survive? If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have made such an arrangement. Unfortunately, the hardest thing to buy in the world was knowing earlier. Phew! The Blood Hall master took a deep breath and returned to his seat. He looked at the big shots and said, You don't have to worry for the time being. We've already come to this point. How can we not worry? Old Hai roared. Normally, he would never dare to yell at the Blood Hall master like this, but now he couldn't care less. I know what you're afraid of, but now, what you're worried about won't happen for the time being. The Blood Hall master said in a deep voice. What do you mean? A group of people looked at him suspiciously. The Blood Hall Master said, Qin Feiyang has given us his conditions. What conditions? One of the deacons asked. Without waiting for the Blood Hall Master to speak, Old Hai said first. No matter what the conditions are, we have to agree to them. Calm down. The Blood Hall Master glared at Old Hai and looked at the crowd. This condition is the exchange of hostages. After hearing this, I believe there's no need for me to explain in detail. You all understand what he means. Old Hai and the 9 deacons fell silent. Of course, they understood. Qin Feiyang obviously wanted to use their families to exchange for the Mermaid Emperor and the White Wing Emperor. This is a good deal, right? One of the deacons said. It is. However, Qin Feiyang not only wants the Mermaid Emperor, the White Wing Emperor, and Yi Miao, but also the leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the 2 divine beasts. The Blood Hall Master said. What? Old Hai and the 9 deacons were shocked. The Mermaid Emperor and the other 2 didn't care. Even if they were released, with their strength, they wouldn't be able to make any waves. At most, they would lose these 3 bargaining chips. However, the Alliance Master and the 2 divine beasts were completely different. Especially the Alliance Master, the number 1 person in the law of space and time. His strength had already reached the peak of the Sky Cloud realm. If he were to release them, wouldn't that be the same as releasing a tiger back into the mountains? There's one more question. I wonder if you've thought about it. The enmity between us and Qin Feiyang has already been established, and it has even reached the point of no return. Even if we agree to exchange hostages with him now, do you think he will let us go? At that time, our situation will be even worse because we have no bargaining chips in our hands. He can attack us without any hesitation. The ancient castle, the slaughter region, and the support of the Devil Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Even our Blood Hall can handle such a force. The Hall Master of the Blood Hall sighed, deeply worried. Then what should we do? Everyone knows Qin Feiyang's methods. If we don't exchange hostages, he will definitely not show mercy. He can't just watch us die without descendants. The 6th deacon called out. The Master of the Blood Hall fell silent. This time, they were really in a dilemma. Old Hai pondered for a while, then looked up at the Master of the Blood Hall and sighed. I wonder if you've noticed a problem? What problem? The Master of the Blood Hall looked at him suspiciously. Old Hai said with melancholy, Whether we have any bargaining chips in our hands or not, we can't fight Qin Feiyang now. The Master of the Blood Hall fell silent again. Old Hai said, Now we only have one choice, which is to ask the Ice Dragon for help. This matter started because of him. He can't just watch us die. Ask him for help? Then tell me, who can get in touch with him? Besides, even if we can get in touch with him, will he help us? Back then, when he gave us the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword and the Ice Dragon Holy Sword, we had already vowed that we would definitely help him get rid of Qin Feiyang. If we go to him now, he will only scold us for being incompetent. The Master of the Blood Hall sighed. Old Hai rubbed his forehead and said angrily, If you asked me, you shouldn't have meddled in this matter in the first place. Then how did I know that an ant from the lower realm would be so difficult to deal with? The Master of the Blood Hall said angrily. He thought that it was a simple matter, but he didn't expect it to become so complicated. I say, can the 2 of you stop complaining? The most important thing is to think about how to solve the problem at hand. The 9 deacons looked at the 2 of them helplessly. At this time, they were still in the mood to quarrel. The 2 of them looked at each other and lowered their heads in silence for a long time. Let's send a message to Qin Feiyang first. Even if we agree to exchange hostages, we have to confirm whether they're still alive first. Old Hai said in a deep voice. That's right. If they give us corpses, won't we suffer a double loss? The 9 deacons nodded. The Master of the Blood Hall looked at the 10 of them, then looked at Wang Changyuan and said, Bring Yi Miao here. Yes. Wang Changyuan replied respectfully, then turned and walked out of the hall quickly. Why did you bring Yi Miao here? Old Hai and the 9 deacons were puzzled. The master of the blood hall said, "This is Qin Feiyang's order. If we contact him, we have to ask Yi Miao to send a message to Yue Qing." Ordered? What do you mean? The 10 of them were puzzled. The master of the blood hall said, "Qin Feiyang must have taken away everyone's transmission stones, so we can't contact them. That's why he asked us to contact Yue Qing." I see. The 10 of them nodded in realization. Buzz! However, at this moment, the 6th deacon's transmission stone rang. The 6th deacon took out the transmission stone suspiciously. After checking it, he was stunned. "Who is it?" Everyone looked at him in confusion. The 6th deacon said, "It's the Deputy City Lord of Jinyuan City." The Deputy City Lord of Jinyuan City? The Master of the Blood Hall and the others were stunned. Why would a small Deputy City Lord send a message to the 6th deacon? Wait. Back then, Qin Feiyang had appeared in Jinyuan City and fought with them. Could it be that they had appeared in Jinyuan City again? Answer it. The Master of the Blood Hall urged. The 6th deacon nodded and activated the transmission stone. Lord. When the Deputy City Lord saw the 6th deacon, he immediately looked as if he had seen a life-saving straw. The 6th deacon looked at the Deputy City Lord and frowned. "Look at your panicked appearance. Did something happen?" "Yes." The Deputy City Lord nodded and shouted. "Just now, Qin Feiyang, Lunatic, and Wolf King appeared in our Jinyuan City again. Where is he now?" As soon as he said this, the big shots all stood up. "He has already left. Moreover, they killed the 2 secret guards." The Deputy City Lord said. "Damn it!" The 6th deacon clenched his hands. They had just returned from Jinyuan City, and now they had run to Jinyuan City to cause trouble. Wasn't this clearly taking advantage of his loophole? There's another strange thing. That Wolf King has broken through to the initial stage of the Dominator realm. The Deputy City Lord said, his face full of horror. Initial stage of the Dominator realm? The big shots were stunned. The 6th deacon looked at the Deputy City Lord and asked suspiciously, "What's so strange about this?" The Deputy City Lord said in a deep voice, "If it's just a cultivation breakthrough, it's definitely nothing. However, the second type of law that he has mastered is actually another supreme law." "Another supreme law?" The 6th deacon frowned. "That's right. It's the time law. And according to our guess, he has also mastered the supreme law of time." The Deputy City Lord said. "Impossible." The 6th deacon shook his head decisively. It was already unbelievable that he had mastered the supreme law of death. Now, he had also mastered the supreme law of time? Wasn't this a joke? How could an initial stage Dominator realm master 2 supreme laws at once? Moreover, they were both supreme laws of the Dominator realm. It's absolutely true. The Deputy City Lord recounted the battle between the White-Eyed Wolf and the 2 secret guards in detail. Hearing this, the Blood Hall Master pondered for a while and said, "That's right. This is the supreme law of time, momentary time. Momentary time." Old High and the 9 deacons trembled both physically and mentally. What was going on? Could it be that this Wolf King was able to comprehend a supreme profundity every time it broke through a barrier? One had to know. Even though they were giants who dominated a region, they had only grasped a single supreme profundity. Moreover, that Wolf King also asked me to bring you a message. The Deputy City Lord's gaze dodged, as if he didn't dare to say it. "Say that you're innocent," the 6th deacon said. "He said that the show has begun. You must not be afraid." After the Deputy City Lord finished speaking, he lowered his head with an uneasy look. He was afraid that these big shots would vent their anger on him. Courting death. Without any suspense, the group of big shots in the main hall flew into a rage. This was obviously provoking them. The dignified Blood Hall, the overlord of the Western continent, actually allowed a wolf cub to ride on their heads and behave atrociously? This was intolerable. Is there anything else? The 6th deacon suppressed his anger and looked at the Deputy City Lord. No. The Deputy City Lord hurriedly shook his head. The 6th deacon immediately put away the voice transmission stone and roared. This is outrageous. This is simply outrageous. When has our blood hall suffered such humiliation? Sixth brother, calm down. Perhaps this is their plan. They deliberately angered us and made us lose our minds so that they can deal with us. One of the deacons shouted. That's right. At this time, we must remain calm and not panic. The other deacons also spoke one after another. However, this wolf cub's provocation was indeed annoying. At this time, Wang Changyuan walked in with Miao. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, he asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" One of the deacons sighed and said, "Qin Feiyang, Man Mo, and that wolf king appeared in Jinyuan City again and killed 2 of our secret guards." What? Wang Changyuan's pupils shrank. These 2 people and 1 wolf were really lawless. At the side, when Miao heard this, there was a trace of gloating in her eyes. Who didn't know who Qin Feiyang was now? How dare they go against him? Weren't they courting death? What are you laughing at? Elder Hai noticed Miao's expression. He stood up and slapped Miao's face hard. Miao spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and a striking palm print appeared on her face. As the deputy palace lord of the Blood Hall, do you only know how to bully a weak woman? If you have the ability, go find Qin Feiyang. What's the point of showing off in front of me? Miao covered her burning face and said angrily, "I'll kill you!" Elder Hai roared, his killing intent rising. "Calm down!" The palace lord of the Blood Hall shouted and looked at Wang Changyuan. Wang Changyuan understood and stepped forward to stop Elder Hai. Chapter 33:15. What are you doing? Are you going to offend your superior? Old Hai looked at Wang Changyuan angrily and rebuked. I don't dare. Wang Changyuan quickly shook his head and sighed. Sir, please calm down. Lord Hall Master will take care of this matter. Old Hai glanced at the Blood Hall Master, then snorted coldly and returned to his seat. His eyes flashed with a strong light. Wang Changyuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Miao. Don't think that you can be unscrupulous with Qin Feiyang's support. You have to understand that this is the Blood Hall, not the Demon Hall, and not the Black Tortoise world. Immediately send a message and contact Qin Feiyang. Miao said. Qin Deige and I did not establish a contract bridge. Send a message to Yue Qing. The Blood Hall Master shouted impatiently. Miao frowned and took out the sound transmission godstone. Back to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. When they arrived at the Maple Leaf Valley, they stood at the top of the mountain, restrained their aura, and looked at the entrance below. The 10 shadow guards stood motionless in front of the barrier. Even if the deacons entered and exited the barrier, they would have to go through an inspection. Because in their opinion, Qin Feiyang could also have people disguise themselves as the deacons and sneak into the 9 Dragon Mountain range. Of course. This was also the order of the Blood Hall Master, otherwise the shadow guards would not dare to inspect the deacons. At this moment, coincidentally, a few disciples came back from the outside. The inspection, search, inquiry, and opening of the barrier. Every procedure was extremely strict. Man had been staring at the light curtain at the entrance with a thoughtful look. Suddenly he muttered, Why do I feel that the aura of this barrier is familiar? Familiar? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned and looked at the barrier suspiciously. The aura of the barrier was quite weak. Even at such a close distance, it was difficult to sense it. However, if they sensed it carefully, they could still sense it. Wait! There does seem to be a sense of familiarity? Qin Feiyang muttered. Man's eyes trembled as he transmitted his voice. I remember now. It's the Wandering Cultivator Alliance's barrier. The barrier of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He closed his eyes and used his heart to feel it. Very soon. He opened his eyes, and a glint flashed across his eyes. This aura was exactly the same as the aura emitted by the Independent Cultivator Alliance's barrier. Moreover, it was also the aura of the Law of Space. What was going on? The Rogue Cultivator Alliance's barrier was set up by the Alliance Master. The aura of this barrier was exactly the same as the one in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Could it be that it was also set up by the Alliance Master? But wasn't the Alliance Master a prisoner? Why would he help set up this barrier? Old Qin, something's wrong. Could this Alliance Master have already joined the Blood Hall? Man looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Joined the Blood Palace? White-Eyed Wolf was also shocked. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown, and said, That shouldn't be possible. Then how do you explain this barrier? Man asked. Qin Feiyang looked at the barrier. His eyes flashed slightly as he sent a sound transmission. Let's go to the Black Tortoise realm. The next moment, 2 men and 1 wolf appeared in the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang released his perception and brought Man and White-Eyed Wolf to appear in the sky above a courtyard. The people inside, come out for a moment, Qin Feiyang said. Before his voice fell, a middle-aged man ran out and flew in front of Qin Feiyang. It was one of the 55 secret guards. Greetings, young master. The middle-aged man bowed. In. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the scene outside appeared. Then, he pointed at the barrier and asked, Do you know who set up this barrier? I know. It was set up by the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The middle-aged man looked at the barrier and said truthfully, It's really him. Man and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and asked, Why would he help the Blood Hall set up this barrier? I don't know, because it has always been the big shots who have been in direct contact with him. The middle-aged man shook his head. Then is the Alliance Master in the Blood Hall now? Man asked. I don't know either. The middle-aged man lowered his head with a terrified look. Don't be nervous, we're just asking. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and waved his hand. Continue your cultivation. Yes. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully replied before turning around and returning to the courtyard. What the hell is going on? Man frowned. It seems that we have to deal with this matter carefully, Qin Feiyang whispered. At the same time, Yueqing stood on the balcony on the 2nd floor and looked at the sky in front of her. There was a trace of worry between her brows. Meow, don't worry, I will definitely think of a way to save you. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine sound transmission stone rang. She took it out, and a trace of joy appeared on her face as she quickly activated the divine sound transmission stone. Yi Miao's figure immediately appeared in the void in front of her. Sister Meow, how are you now? Did they torture you? Yueqing asked again and again. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yi Miao shook her head. You're fine now, but it doesn't mean you'll be fine in the future. The Blood Hall Master grabbed the divine sound transmission stone and looked at Yueqing. What do you want? Yueqing looked at the Blood Hall Master angrily. I don't have time to waste with you. Call Qin Feiyang over, I want to talk to him. The Blood Hall Master said expressionlessly. Okay. Wait here. Yueqing nodded and glanced at the medicine field. She didn't know where Qin Feiyang was now. So she shouted, Qin Dage, the Blood Hall Master is looking for you. The Blood Hall Master? Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf immediately rushed to the sky above Yueqing's courtyard. Qin Dage. Yueqing waved her hand. Qin Feiyang looked down. When he saw the shadow of the Blood Hall Master, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, 2 people and a wolf landed on the terrace and entered the sight of the Blood Hall Master. Pai Lupi, who had been hiding not far away to monitor Yueqing, also flew over. Isn't this that guy? Why do you have time to send us a message? The White-Eyed Wolf looked at the Blood Hall Master and laughed strangely. The Blood Hall Master looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and snorted. Don't be so sarcastic. Let me ask you, have you mastered the supreme mystery of the time law? It seems that the people of Jinyuan City are quite efficient. They informed you so quickly. That's right. I have mastered the momentary time. However, don't be envious, because this is something you can't get. The White-Eyed Wolf smiled proudly. The law of death, the law of time, how did you do it? I don't believe that you really have such good talent. The Blood Hall Master said gloomily. Don't look down on others, okay? You can't do it, but it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me, have you thought about it? Your children and grandchildren are all waiting for you to help them get out of the sea of bitterness. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Get out of the sea of bitterness? What do you mean? The Blood Hall Master frowned. Well, this can only be understood, not explained. The white-eyed wolf smiled evilly. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's smile, the Blood Hall Master couldn't help but feel uneasy. He said in a deep voice, I want to see them. See them? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. Then, he frowned and said, After all this time, you didn't send us a message to make a deal with us? I have to see with my own eyes that they are still alive. The Blood Hall Master said in a deep voice. It's understandable to confirm before making a deal. The white-eyed wolf thought for a while and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at the Blood Hall Master and said with a smile, You don't trust us, and we don't trust you either. How about this, to be fair, let us see the Mermaid Emperor and the others. I was the one who suggested it first. The Blood Hall Master roared. Does it have anything to do with who proposed this first? It's not like we're lining up. Why do we care about first come, first served? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The Blood Hall Master's face was dark. Don't go too far. Old Hai couldn't sit still anymore. He got up and ran to the Blood Hall Master and looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. Hey! Isn't this old dog Hai? You're really not dead. The white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly. You're not dead. How can I bear to die? Old Hai laughed sinisterly. Don't. We're not the same kind of people. Look at you now. Let's not talk about the Eastern continent. Just look at the Western continent. How many people are spurning you behind your back? Even the disciples of your Blood Hall despise you behind your back. Tell me, even the disciples of your sect are annoyed by you. How much of a failure are you? The ingrate didn't even try to hide it. He mercilessly mocked Elder Hai, causing him to blow his beard and glare. He was extremely angry. Don't be angry. It's bad for your health. If you accidentally die, we'll have to compensate you with a coffin. The white-eyed wolf picked his nose and said indifferently. Yi Miao and Yue Qin couldn't help but laugh. This wolf cub was really wicked. As for old Hai, of course, he was going crazy. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know where Qin Feiyang and the others were hiding, he would have already brought the sovereign divine weapon and killed them. The Blood Hall Master was also angry, but more than that, he was helpless. He patted old Hai's shoulder and looked at Qin Feiyang. Okay, I'll let you meet the Mermaid Emperor and the others. After that, he looked at Wang Changyuan and shouted, Go and bring them here immediately. Yes. Wang Changyuan responded respectfully. Then, he glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang and the others and turned to leave. Man didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. But at this moment, he transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. It seems that the Mermaid Emperor and the others are in the Blood Hall. But old Qin, don't be careless. Be careful of their tricks. Tricks? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Whether it's the Mermaid Emperor, the White-Winged Emperor, or the Alliance Master and the two divine beasts, they are all extremely valuable to the Blood Hall. So, they definitely won't hand them over to us easily. Man secretly said. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He asked suspiciously, You mean they might find someone to impersonate them? We can't rule out this possibility. Because if they find someone to impersonate them, they can save Pei Wanli and the others. Secondly, they can take advantage of our unpreparedness and let the impersonator give us a fatal blow behind our backs. This is killing two birds with one stone. Man smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. They really couldn't be careless about the concern that Man mentioned. Because if the Blood Hall really did that, then the situation they were in would instantly be turned around. So, they had to be careful. Chapter 33:16. After a while, Wang Changyuan returned. When he walked to the side of the Blood Hall Master, he waved his hand and 5 bloody figures immediately appeared. 2 of them were the Mermaid Emperor and the White Wing Emperor. Both of them were covered in wounds, and most of them were new wounds. There was also a bloody hole in their lower abdomens. They also wore bracelets made of soul-sealing magic stone on their hands. As for the other 2 figures, they were a middle-aged man and 2 divine pythons. The middle-aged man's hair was disheveled and his face and body were covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable, but from his well-defined facial features, it wasn't difficult to tell that he was an extraordinary man. The 2 divine pythons were both fire pythons. They were about 5 to 6 meters long and their bodies were also covered in wounds. All their scales were broken and their flesh was badly mutilated. They looked extremely miserable. Feiyang, Man. When they saw Qin Feiyang and Man, the Mermaid Emperor and White Wing Emperor's eyes trembled. "It's us." Qin Feiyang and Man nodded. "Sorry for dragging you guys down." The Mermaid Emperor blamed himself. No. It's us who dragged you guys down." Qin Feiyang quickly shook his head and said in pain. "Back then, you guys risked your lives to protect me and senior brother Man in the Nether King's Hell. Otherwise, we would have become a pile of bones. But now, we can only watch you guys suffer in the Blood Hall, Nether King's Hell? Risking your life to protect us?" When Man heard Qin Feiyang's words, he was slightly stunned. Back then, the Mermaid Emperor and White Wing Emperor didn't go to the Nether King's Hell, right? What's going on with this guy? Is his memory messed up? No. How can someone with such a cultivation level have a messed up memory? Understood. Qin Feiyang was testing the Mermaid Emperor and White Wing Emperor to see if it was their true body. Yes. It's our incompetence that made you guys suffer so much. Man thought it through and immediately blamed himself. No. You guys are our juniors. It's our responsibility to protect you. The 2 quickly waved their hands. Juniors? Qin Feiyang and Man raised their eyebrows when they heard this. Speaking of juniors was tantamount to confessing without being pressed. Qin Feiyang was the junior of the Mermaid Emperor and the Great Sage, so there was indeed no problem. However, the mad scientist was from the same era as Qin Batian. Therefore, no matter what, the Mermaid Emperor and the Mermaid Emperor would not say that the mad scientist was their junior. Furthermore, back then, Qin Batian, Lu Xingyan, the Mermaid Emperor, the Sword Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor, and the White-Winged Emperor did not go to hell. But now, the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor did not deny this point. What did that mean? This meant that the madman was right. The 2 of them were impostors. Since the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor were impersonators, then the Alliance leader and the 2 divine beasts were probably no exception. Because their cultivations had been crippled and they were heavily injured, they could easily find 3 people and 2 pythons or other ferocious beasts to impersonate them. However, even though they had seen through this, Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist did not leave any traces. The 2 of them looked at each other, then looked at the Blood Hall Master and roared. "What do you mean? Even now you still want to torture them like this? You took away our family members. We are angry, so of course we have to find someone to vent our anger." The Blood Hall Master sneered, as if he did not want the 5 impostors to talk to Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. After all, the more they talked, the more mistakes they would make. What if they exposed some flaws? However, he did not know that the flaws had already been exposed. "Vent?" A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes, and he sneered. "You want to vent your anger? Well, I'll go and vent my anger too. What are you going to do?" The Blood Hall Master frowned. "I'll take you to watch a good show." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, a group of people suddenly descended above the soul-sealing valley. "It stinks!" Yue Qing immediately covered her nose. How could it be so smelly? But when she lowered her head to take a look, she was stunned. What was this? "It's too scary. Is this a place for people to stay?" "Young master." "Sir?" Xingde and Theta Wang, who were not far away, saw Qin Feiyang and the others appear and immediately went up to greet them. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Xingde glanced at the Blood Hall Master and the others, pointed at the soul-sealing valley below, and said with a smile, They are all bathing down there. Qin Feiyang only took a glance and then withdrew his gaze. It was too disgusting, and he did not dare to look. The white-eyed wolf and the mad scientist watched with great interest. They saw Pei Wanli and the others struggling and roaring in the cesspool. However, there was a barrier above them that trapped them, and they could not escape. This barrier was naturally set up by Xingde. The two of you, please take your time to appreciate it. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Hall Master and Old Hai and chuckled. He then turned the voice transmission stone in his hand and pointed it at the soul-sealing valley below. What is this? Not only the Blood Hall Master and Old Hai, but also Miao, Wang Changyuan, the 9 great deacons, and the 3 men and 2 beasts who pretended to be the Mermaid Emperor and the others, all looked at the soul-sealing valley suspiciously. Wait! Suddenly, Wang Changyuan's body trembled, and his face became extremely pale. He said with a trembling voice, This seems to be a cesspool, a cesspool. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed color. Yi Miao withdrew her gaze immediately, and her stomach was churning. This Qin Feiyang is a devil, right? He can even think of such a way to torture people. Qin Feiyang, you bastard, are you still human? The Blood Hall Master and the other leaders came back to their senses and roared angrily. They never thought that their family members would be tortured like this at this moment. It would be better to kill them directly. Let's talk about how it feels. How does this way of venting compare to the way you vent? Qin Feiyang looked at the group of leaders with a smile. The Blood Hall Master pointed at the 3 men and 2 beasts who pretended to be the Mermaid Emperor and roared. Believe it or not, I'll kill them right now. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 men and 2 beasts, but he didn't expose them. He looked at the Blood Hall Master and sneered. If you kill them, I'll kill your children and grandchildren. Let's see who gets the better deal. The Blood Hall Master was trembling with anger. Old Hai and the 9 great deacons were also full of anger. Not to mention anything else, once the news of Pei Wanli and the others soaking in a cesspool spread, they would all become the laughingstock of the Sky Cloud realm. They couldn't bear such a shame. How about it? Do you want to exchange hostages? Don't say I didn't tell you. 1 day outside is 1,000 years in the Black Tortoise realm. If you delay for 1 day, they will have to soak in here for 1,000 years. 1,000 years, just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Hall Master with ridicule. Fine. The Blood Hall Master clenched his fists and roared. I'll exchange hostages with you immediately. Great. Qin Feiyang laughed. You mean exchange there? The Blood Hall Master said in a deep voice. 3 days later, I'll personally go to the Blood Hall and exchange with you. Qin Feiyang said. 3 days? Then, won't they have to soak in the cesspool for 3,000 years? Absolutely not. We must exchange immediately. The great deacons looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted. Don't worry. Since I've agreed to the exchange, I won't torture them anymore. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Remember, don't play any tricks. After saying that, Qin Feiyang returned the sound transmission God Stone to Yueqing. Miao Miao, bear with it. Yueqing looked at Miao and said. Miao smiled and said, Don't worry about me. To be able to see this scene and have so many people buried with me, even if I die, it's worth it. Right now, she was also admiring Qin Feiyang's methods. Without saying a word, he had completely wiped out the families of the Blood Hall's big shots. With these bargaining chips, what was there for her to worry about? After Yueqing turned off the sound transmission God Stone, Man immediately turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a frown, You know it's fake. Why did you still trade with them? What fake? Yueqing, Xingde, Theta Wang, and Pai Lupi looked at Man suspiciously. Man shook his head and sighed. The Mermaid Emperor, the White Wing Emperor, the leader, and the 2 divine beasts are all fake. No way! The four of them looked at each other. They're indeed fake. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, when we went to the Nether King's Hell, the Mermaid Emperor and the White Wing Emperor didn't go with us. How could they sacrifice themselves to save me and senior brother Man? These damn things, they're still playing tricks with us? Xingde was furious when he heard this. It doesn't matter. If they want to play, we'll play with them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand with a sneer in his eyes. What's your plan? Man looked at him suspiciously. In the trade 3 days later, the Blood Hall will definitely give us these 5 fakes like today. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Man didn't understand and asked. Then what? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, since they're going to give us the fakes, then the Mermaid Emperor and the others will definitely hide their true bodies carefully. This is an opportunity for us. White-Eyed Wolf, Man, and the others looked at each other, and the suspicion in their eyes grew stronger. You still don't understand? Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people. Yes. Everyone nodded. It's actually very simple. This is a trap that I set up. Think about it. Why did I choose to exchange hostages with them in the Blood Hall and not elsewhere? In comparison, the Blood Hall is more dangerous than other places, Qin Feiyang said. That's for sure. The Blood Hall is their nest. Xingde nodded. That's right. The Blood Hall is their nest. I chose the Blood Hall for the trade, so the battle will definitely take place in the Blood Hall. Since the battle will take place in the Blood Hall, they will definitely not let the Mermaid Emperor and the others' true bodies stay in the Blood Hall. Because if they stay in the Blood Hall, then they might be rescued by us. Qin Feiyang smiled. White-Eyed Wolf heard this and said, I understand now. You're luring the snake out of its hole. Yes, luring the snake out of its hole. Since we can't confirm the place where the Mermaid Emperor and the others are being held, then we'll use this point to make them reveal themselves. Let's assume. If the Mermaid Emperor and the others are being held in the Blood Hall, then the Blood Hall will be moved in advance. Then, won't we be able to use this shortcut to find the Mermaid Emperor and the others' true bodies? Let's assume again. If the Mermaid Emperor and the others are being held somewhere outside, then before the trade, they will definitely go out to meet the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor, Qin Feiyang said. Why do they have to meet them? Man was puzzled. Since it's a fake, then there will definitely be some flaws. The Blood Hall Lord knows that we are not so easily fooled, so before the deal, he will go to the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor to ask about our relationship, as well as what happened in the past, to ensure that everything is flawless. In this way, we can follow them all the way and find them, right? Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. Man nodded in realization and then gave a thumbs up. Perhaps only Qin Feiyang could come up with such a plan. Wait. This doesn't seem to be easy to track. What if they directly activate the space-time law or activate the space-time teleportation divine artifact to leave the Blood Hall? The White-Eyed Wolf frowned. They won't be able to activate the space-time teleportation divine artifact to leave. Qin Feiyang smiled. The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. What did he mean? Brother Wolf, are you stupid? Weren't we just thinking about the 9 Dragon Mountain Ranges boundary? Think about it carefully, Man said. The White-Eyed Wolf glanced at Man and lowered his head to ponder. Suddenly, he shuddered and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. I understand now. This boundary was set up by the Alliance Master, so it's the same as the Alliance capital. It's impossible to activate the space-time teleportation divine artifact inside the boundary. That's right, you're not stupid. Man laughed. What did you guys say? The 9 Dragon Mountain Ranges boundary was set up by the Alliance Master? Xingde looked at the 2 men and Wolf in shock. But don't be anxious. Perhaps the Alliance Master had no choice. Qin Feiyang looked at Xingde and comforted him. Xingde clenched his fists. His face was filled with disbelief. Why would the Alliance Master help the Blood Hall? Qin Feiyang patted Xingde's shoulder and looked at the White-Eyed Wolf. The Blood Hall's Hall Master must have asked the Alliance Master to set up this boundary to prevent us from activating the space-time teleportation divine artifact to sneak into the Blood Hall. But at the same time, it's also equivalent to trapping them. Now, if they want to leave the Nine Dragon Mountain range, they have to go through the only exit. So now, we only need to guard the Maple Leaf Valley, and we will definitely gain something. What about the space-time law? Although this boundary can cut off the space-time law, Old C has grasped the space-time law after all. Moreover, his comprehension of the space-time law isn't low. The white-eyed wolf was worried. Didn't you see him with your own eyes just now? He hasn't even reconstructed his body and divine soul. How could he activate the space-time law? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's true. The white-eyed wolf looked at him and smiled. Seems like this brother isn't suited for using his brain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the man and the white-eyed wolf and said, Then let's go out and wait for him. The man and the wolf nodded with a sneaky smile on their faces. Young master, wait. What about them? Xingde called out to Qin Feiyang and pointed at Pei Wanli and the others below. Do you really think I'll spare them? Continue to soak. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and disappeared with the white-eyed wolf and the man. Continue to soak? Xingde was stunned. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. This group of pitiful people. Of all people to provoke, they had to provoke Qin Feiyang. Weren't they looking for trouble? Chapter 33:17. At the same time. A group of people sat in the main hall, their faces as dark as they could get. Wang Changyuan and the 5 impostors stood aside with their heads lowered. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of getting themselves into trouble. As for Miao, she looked at the group of people with gloating eyes and sneered. You shouldn't have provoked Qin Feiyang. She wasn't afraid at all. As she said to Yueqing before, even if she died here now, it was worth it to have so many people buried with her, and they were all the family members of the big shots. Shut up! Elder Hai was furious and glared at her. It's useless to glare at me. I've told you that we're just friends with Qin Feiyang, but you didn't listen. You had to use me to threaten him. What's the point? Yi Miao snorted coldly. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you now that Qin Feiyang is protecting you? Elder Hai's eyes were filled with killing intent. I'll say it again. He's not protecting me. He's protecting the Mermaid Emperor and the others. I don't understand. How can you be so sure that we're Qin Feiyang's people? Don't be so smart, okay? Yi Miao sneered. Since you're not related, it's useless to keep you alive now. I'll send you to hell now. Elder Hai's killing intent rose. He landed in front of Yi Miao, raised his arm, and slapped toward Yi Miao's head. Although he was only in the state of divine soul now, it was easy for him to kill Yi Miao. The eyes of the Blood Hall Master flickered. He suddenly stood up and stopped Elder Hai. He looked at Yi Miao and said, Are you really not Qin Feiyang's people? What do you want me to say to make you believe me? Yi Miao looked helpless. Then why is Yueqing following Qin Feiyang? The Blood Hall Master asked. It's on the way, Yi Miao said. On the way? The Hall Master of the Blood Hall was taken aback. What did that mean? We plan to open a branch of the Tianhua Tower in the Blood Hall, but the distance between the western and eastern continents is too far, and we don't have a time and space teleportation divine artifact, so we asked Qin Feiyang for help. That's all, Yi Miao said. Everyone was astonished. They actually wanted to come to the western continent to open a branch. These 2 women were quite ambitious. The Hall Master of the Blood Hall asked. So, the Tianhua Tower is really not a force under Qin Feiyang? No, how many times do you want me to say it? Yi Miao raised her eyebrows. Don't be impudent in front of the Palace Master! Wang Changyuan shouted. The Blood Hall Master waved his hand. He then looked at Yi Miao and said, The entire western continent is my Blood Hall's territory. Have you never thought that we would allow you to open a branch in the western continent? Of course we have. Our original plan was to come and talk to you after we came to the Western continent and understood the situation. As long as the Tianhui Tower could gain a foothold in the Western continent, the division of interests is negotiable. However, we didn't expect things to turn out this way. Yi Miao shook her head. It was almost impossible for the Tianhui Tower to gain a foothold in the Western continent. The Hall Master of the Blood Hall's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at Yi Miao and said with a smile, "Actually, this matter is negotiable." Yi Miao was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. The Hall Master of the Blood Hall chuckled and said, "As long as the Tianhui Tower joins us, not only will we allow you to gain a foothold in the Western continent, but we will also fully support your development." "What do you mean, Hall Master?" Old Hai frowned. Although these two women are not very strong, the Tianhui Tower's force is not to be underestimated. They now have branches in all the major cities in the Eastern continent. If we can control this force, it will be of great use in the future. The Hall Master of the Blood Hall smiled secretly. "I see." Old Hai suddenly understood. The Hall Master of the Blood Hall looked at Yi Miao and asked with a smile, "What do you think of my proposal?" Yi Miao frowned. "I know a little about the situation of the Tianhui Tower. Other than knowing Qin Feiyang, you have no other backing. However, as long as you join us, the Blood Hall will be your backer. With the Blood Hall supporting you, not only the Western continent, but also the Southern continent and the Northern continent will have a place for you. At that time, the forces of the Tianhui Tower will spread throughout the Sky Cloud realm. I'm afraid that even the Demon Palace, Sacred Palace, and Divine Palace will not be able to ignore your existence. It is even possible that the Tianhui Tower will become the fifth superpower in the Sky Cloud realm." The Hall Master of the Blood Hall smiled seductively. Yi Miao Miao remained silent. "You can think about it. You don't have to give me an answer now. Moreover, the Tianhui Tower does not need two Hall Masters. One is enough." The Hall Master of the Blood Hall chuckled. Yi Miao's eyes trembled. She looked up at the Hall Master of the Blood Hall and said in a deep voice, "You want me to betray Yue Qing and control the Tianhui Tower alone? There are no real friends in this world. There are only eternal interests." The Hall Master of the Blood Hall smiled indifferently. "Impossible. Back then, if Yi Qing hadn't invited me to join Heavenly Joy Tower, who knows where I would still be struggling to survive. Now that you're asking me to harm her, aren't you asking me to be an ungrateful person?" Yi Miao said angrily. "But you have to think about it this way. If it weren't for your help, the Tianhui Tower would not have developed so quickly. So, half of the credit goes to you." The Hall Master of the Blood Hall smiled. Yi Miao could not help but fall silent. "You don't have to give me an answer now. Think about it carefully. What do you want?" "Wang Changyuan, take her away." The Hall Master of the Blood Hall waved his hand. Wang Changyuan walked up to Yi Miao and said expressionlessly, "Let's go." Yi Miao glanced at the Hall Master of the Blood Hall, then at Elder Hai and the others. She then turned and left. Wang Changyuan followed closely behind. "Hall Master, what are you doing?" Although the Tianhui Tower has developed well in the Eastern continent, the Shadow Guard commander said when he came back that it was because of Qin Feiyang. With Qin Feiyang's help, the Tianhui Tower can do well in the Eastern continent. And the two tower masters of the Tianhui Tower don't have much ability. The sixth deacon looked at the Hall Master and said with a frown, "What I need is not their ability, but the trust the Eastern continent has in them. Because of Qin Feiyang, both the Devil Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance are not wary of the Tianhui Tower. As long as we can persuade them to join our Blood Hall, it will definitely be helpful for us to rule the Eastern continent in the future." The Hall Master of the Blood Hall said, "So that's how it is." The sixth deacon nodded and said with a frown, "How do we deal with Qin Feiyang now?" The Hall Master of the Blood Hall glanced at the 5 impostors and said with a sneer, "Show your true faces." "True faces?" Elder Hai and the 9 deacons were stunned and turned to look at the 3 men and 2 beasts. Soon, 5 familiar faces appeared in front of them. The 3 of them were middle-aged and were members of the Shadow Guard. The two divine pythons turned into two ordinary black pythons. They, Elder High and the others were stunned. Do you think I'll really return the Alliance Master and the others to them? When I asked Wang Changyuan to bring them here, I secretly told him to get someone to impersonate them. The Hall Master of the Blood Hall sneered. You're brilliant, Hall Master. The 9 deacons gave him a thumbs up, their faces full of admiration. Elder High glanced at the 3 men and 2 beasts, then asked the Hall Master of the Blood Hall. What about the deal in 3 days? We must arrange it well this time. Take this opportunity to get rid of them. The Hall Master of the Blood Hall's eyes turned cold. Then, a group of people gathered together to discuss. From time to time, there would be sneers. Maple Leaf Valley! Qin Feiyang, Man, and the white-eyed wolf restrained their auras and monitored the entrance. Man raised his eyebrows and said, It's been so long. They should have taken action by now, but why haven't we seen a single big shot? Don't worry. If you want to catch a big fish, you must be patient. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. After pondering for a while, a middle-aged man appeared with a thought. It was the shadow guard he saw in the Black Tortoise world. Shoo! The middle-aged man was about to bow when Qin Feiyang hurriedly made a shushing gesture to him. The middle-aged man was stunned. He looked down and his pupils suddenly shrank. I don't know the big shots of your blood hall, so watch carefully. Once someone comes out, tell me immediately. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Okay. The middle-aged man replied secretly. Qin Feiyang had seen the big shots of the blood hall. He only knew the blood hall master, Old High, the 6th deacon, and the Grand Deacon. He didn't know anything about the others. Therefore, the shadow guard had to come out to help monitor. Time flashed and half an hour passed. Whoosh! A middle-aged man in a black robe flew through the air like lightning and landed in front of the entrance. The middle-aged man transmitted his voice. Young master, it's Wang Changyuan. Wang Changyuan. Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man and his eyes flickered. He had seen this person before. When he was communicating with the Blood Hall Master, he was at the side. Furthermore, it was Wang Changyuan who had brought those impostors here. The middle-aged man secretly said, This Wang Changyuan can be considered a big shot of our Blood Hall. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. He has 2 identities. One is the Shadow Guard Vice Commander, and the other is the Hall Master's confidant. He has been by the Hall Master's side all year round. It can be said that the Hall Master trusts him more than the Shadow Guard Vice Commander. The middle-aged man transmitted his voice. No way! Qin Feiyang was shocked. Would I dare to lie to you now? It's absolutely true. His strength isn't simple either. He has mastered the Thunder Law's Supreme Profound. Although he's not as big as the Hall Master, he's still considered a big shot in the Western continent. The middle-aged man secretly explained. The Thunder Law's Supreme Profound. Qin Feiyang and Man looked at each other. It seemed that this was also a big fish. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered. It was considering whether to plunder this person's Thunder Law or not. If it did so, not only would it master 3 Supreme Profound, but its cultivation would also break through to the sovereign realm. However, this Thunder Law wasn't the strongest law after all. It was very conflicted. All right, go to the Black Tortoise world first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the middle-aged man to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he looked at Wang Changyuan, who was being interrogated. Since he was the Blood Hall Master's confidant, there must be a reason for him to come out this time. Perhaps, he was transferring the Mermaid Emperor and the others, or going to see the Mermaid Emperor and the others. After a round of inspection, the shadow guard guarding the entrance looked at Wang Changyuan and smiled flatteringly. Vice Commander, I'm sorry for offending you. It's fine. It's a special time. Wang Changyuan waved his hand and acted very magnanimous. Then, he quickly walked out of the barrier, activated a space-time teleportation divine artifact, and walked up. Chapter 33:18. Seeing that Wang Changyuan was about to leave, the madman saw that Qin Feiyang wasn't moving and urged, "What are you doing? Hurry up and follow him. I'm thinking, is he the big fish we're waiting for?" Qin Feiyang frowned. If he was, then that would be for the best. But if he wasn't, then they would miss this rare opportunity. "He's the vice commander of the Dark Guards and a trusted aide of the Blood Hall's Hall Master. It's definitely him," the madman transmitted. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and immediately brought the madman and the white-eyed wolf into the Black Tortoise world. Then, he controlled the Black Tortoise world and shot into the space-time teleportation artifact. Accompanied by rays of divine light, Wang Changyuan quickly disappeared. "Why do you think the vice commander left in such a hurry? Is there even a need to think about it? At this time, no matter what happens, it's definitely related to Qin Feiyang. I just hope that this scourge can be dealt with quickly and the Western continent can calm down. Otherwise, it's really unbearable to be on the edge all day." The 10 dark guards discussed in low voices. Whoosh! 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 In the sky above a vast sea, a space-time teleportation divine artifact appeared in the void. Immediately after, a middle-aged man wearing a black robe walked out. It was Wang Changyuan. Wang Changyuan glanced at the sea and waved his hand. He put away the space-time teleportation artifact and flew forward. "HM? Black Tortoise World." Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf looked at the sea outside. "What's going on? They actually came to a sea? Could this be the Heavenly Cloud Sea?" They didn't know much about the Heavenly Cloud Sea. Thus, they didn't dare to confirm whether this was the Heavenly Cloud Sea or not. "Hurry up and follow," the white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and activated the concealment art. He brought the madman and the white-eyed wolf and appeared above the sea and chased after Wang Changyuan. Wang Changyuan was a paragon ruler and was very fast. If the ingrate could use the supreme profundity of the law of time, instant time, he would definitely be able to catch up. But right now, Wang Changyuan was ahead. If they activated the time's time, they would definitely be discovered. This was because the concealment art. Thus, they had to rely on themselves to conceal their auras, to conceal themselves, to conceal their aura. "He's too fast. If this continues, we'll lose him," the madman secretly. "Don't worry." With a thought from Qin Feiyang, the middle-aged man appeared once again. Immediately after, he pointed at Wang Changyuan and said in a low voice, "Follow him, to follow him. To catches, TSS right TTT's to catch, going T's the god of says. TT the AM asked? The middle-aged man glanced at the surrounding sea and nodded. "That's right, this is the Heavenly Cloud Sea and it's not far from our western continent's coastline." Qin Feiyang's group and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Could it be that the Alliance Master and the others were hidden in the Heavenly Cloud Sea? About 100 breaths later, in the sea ahead, an island appeared in their line of sight. The island wasn't big, only about half a mile in diameter. There was nothing special on the island. Rocks were piled up and weeds grew everywhere. It looked like a very inconspicuous island. But this island seemed to be Wang Changyuan's destination. Soon, Wang Changyuan landed on the island and scanned it. There wasn't a single sea beast on the island. Then, Wang Changyuan took a step forward and landed in the center of the island. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's group also entered the island. Their eyes were fixed on Wang Changyuan. After Wang Changyuan landed in the center of the island, he went straight to a small mountain. That small mountain was about a dozen meters tall and was covered with dense weeds. Shwa! Suddenly, a black figure jumped out from the grass. It was a fierce black crocodile. Although it was only a meter long, its fangs were dense, and its fierce aura was threatening. "Greetings, Master." But in front of Wang Changyuan, the fierce crocodile was extremely respectful. "Master?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Wang Changyuan looked at the fierce crocodile and asked, "During this period of time, is there anything unusual here?" "No," During this period, there were some sea beasts that wanted to occupy the island, but they were all forcibly driven away by me. The fierce crocodile shook its head. Then, did these sea beasts have any doubts about this place? Wang Changyuan asked. This is even more so. Because I am also a sea beast, they all think that this is my nest. The fierce crocodile said. Very good. Wang Changyuan nodded with a smile and said in a low voice. You continue to keep an eye on the outside. I will go down and take a look. Yes. The fierce crocodile respectfully responded and disappeared into the grass. Wang Changyuan looked around and the power of law swept out. Accompanied by a loud bang, a 1-meter wide dark passage appeared at the bottom of the hill. It looks like they must be here. Quickly follow them in. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered. After Wang Changyuan entered the dark passage, the middle-aged man immediately led Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf into the dark passage quietly. In the next instant, the entrance to the secret passageway began to slowly close, and the secret passageway became pitch black. However, at their cultivation bases, darkness didn't pose much of a threat to them. Looking up, they saw Wang Changyuan walking down the dark passage. This dark passage was inclined downward, like a spinning top, going deep into the sea. Qin Feiyang and the others followed silently. Gradually, a trace of coldness swept over. We should have gone deep into the sea. The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Because only the bottom of the sea would have such coldness. That's not what I'm concerned about. I'm only concerned about whether the people we're looking for are here or not, Qin Feiyang secretly said. The white-eyed wolf looked at him, pondered for a moment, and then said, Speaking of which, if they are really imprisoned here, why is there only one fierce crocodile guarding here? It's easy to explain. Because it's safer this way. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Safer? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. That's right. This is the heavenly cloud sea, where there are countless sea beasts and countless people who come here to adventure. If a large number of shadow guards are sent here to guard, it will definitely arouse suspicion. In other words, sending shadow guards to guard here will only be counterproductive and attract everyone's attention. But it's different to have a fierce crocodile guard here. First of all, it's also a sea beast. Just like what the fierce crocodile said, the sea beasts that come here all think that this is its nest. So even if someone comes here, they won't think that there are several big shots imprisoned here. Secondly, that fierce crocodile's cultivation isn't that great, so it won't attract anyone's attention. Qin Feiyang explained. That fierce crocodile's cultivation isn't that great. It's only at the Greater Mastery Sovereign Realm. I've never seen it in the Blood Hall before. This subordinate guesses that Wang Changyuan must have subdued it in the Heavenly Cloud Sea. The middle-aged man transmitted his voice. A Greater Mastery Sovereign Realm cultivation isn't that great? The white-eyed wolf was speechless. If such a cultivation was placed in the ancient world, it would be a godlike existence. It's indeed not that great in front of us complete realm sovereigns. The middle-aged man smiled embarrassedly. I know. The world is different. Which place can compare to the heavenly cloud realm? But speaking of which, the Blood Hall does have some means. If we weren't smart enough to follow Wang Changyuan, we wouldn't have thought so much when we saw this island. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. So, we can't underestimate anyone. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. But we're still a level higher. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Qin Feiyang and Man couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Greetings, Deputy Commander! Suddenly, two respectful voices sounded from the front. There's someone else? The 3 men and 1 wolf were stunned. They quickly walked over and stopped at a corner. Looking up, the end of the tunnel was right in front of them. At the end, there were 2 thick stone doors that were tightly shut. In front of the stone doors, there was a secret guard. They had restrained their aura like 2 ghosts. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you would never know that there were 2 people standing here. Wang Changyuan stood in front of the 2 and nodded his head. He then asked, Is there any movement inside? Not much. They're quite obedient. The two secret guards smiled. Okay. Wang Changyuan took out a black token from his arms and walked to the stone door on the left. He glanced at the stone door. There was a groove on the stone door. The size and depth were similar to the token in Wang Changyuan's hand. Wang Changyuan grabbed the token, tiptoed, and placed the token into the groove. Boom! The entire stone door shook and then slowly rose. A dark secret room appeared. At this moment, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Man were all excited. The secret room was about 10 feet long. On the floor of the secret room, there were two familiar figures sitting there. It was the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor. At this moment, there were no injuries on their bodies. However, there were many dried blood stains. It seemed that they had been tortured a lot in the past and were in a bad state. The Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor slowly raised their heads. They were wearing bracelets made of soul-sealing magic stone. When they saw their faces, Qin Feiyang, the White-Winged Emperor, and the White-Eyed Wolf were instantly filled with killing intent. They were old and clumsy, and their eyes were unfocused. At this moment, they were no longer as elegant as before. They were like two old men in their twilight years, only haggard and desperate. These damn things, even if they die, it won't be enough to vent the hatred in my heart. The white-eyed wolf roared in his heart. Don't be rash. Wang Changyuan has mastered the supreme profundity of the law of thunder. We can't defeat him in a head-on battle, so we have to find an opportunity to destroy his sea of qi. Qin Feiyang suppressed the killing intent in his heart and transmitted his voice. The blood in the blood sea of the western region had almost been used up. The ancient castle would not easily make a move. So now, they could only rely on themselves to rescue the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor. Chapter 33:19. In the Secret Chamber. Wang Changyuan walked in and sneered at the Mermaid Emperor. Look at you! You still don't seem convinced? It's useless to say more. I'll just say one thing. Feiyang won't let you go, the Mermaid Emperor said expressionlessly. Then the two lowered their heads and closed their eyes to rest. Won't let us go, Wang Changyuan muttered as a trace of viciousness crawled up from the space between his brows. He took a step forward and directly kicked the two of them away, and then he laughed savagely. He's already unable to protect himself now, yet both of you still hope that he'll come save you. Ridiculous. Bastard, just you wait. I'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death. The frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf were furious. Don't make any noise, Qin Feiyang instructed in his heart. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man and transmitted his voice to him. Your cultivation is stronger than ours. Now, find an opportunity to attack. You must cripple his qi in one go. Okay. The middle-aged man replied secretly. Then, the three of them and the wolf silently flew toward the secret chamber. The two secret guards guarding outside did not notice at all. In the secret chamber, facing Wang Changyuan's contempt and ridicule, the Mermaid Emperor and the frenzied one did not say anything. They believed in Qin Feiyang. Since Qin Feiyang could save the Sword Emperor and the Black Wing King, he could definitely save them. They just needed to wait quietly. As for being unable to protect themselves, they had never thought of it that way. Because they knew Qin Feiyang too well. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how big the crisis, this child could solve it. This was a kind of trust. People like Wang Changyuan would never understand this kind of thing. Wang Changyuan lowered his head and looked at the two of them. Their unyielding eyes made him very angry. Finally, he waved his hand and said in annoyance, I'm really sick. How can I compete with you two ants? The Mermaid Emperor and the frenzied one were silent. I'm here this time to ask you something. You'd better answer truthfully. Don't force me to do it. Tell me everything about you, Qin Feiyang and the lunatic. Wang Changyuan took out a chair and sat in front of the two, speaking condescendingly. Hearing this, the Mermaid Emperor and the Emperor looked at each other, and a trace of suspicion crept into their eyes. Why did they suddenly come here to inquire about these things? I don't want to repeat myself. Wang Changyuan spoke with an undisguised threat. The White Wing Emperor looked at Wang Changyuan and suddenly revealed a look of realization. He turned to the Mermaid Emperor and smiled. I understand now. Understand what? The Mermaid Emperor looked at him suspiciously. They must have suffered a great loss at Fei Yang's hands and were helpless. That's why they came to us to inquire about the past. The White Wing Emperor smiled. The Mermaid Emperor was slightly stunned. He nodded and said, That makes sense. I thought that the Blood Hall was very powerful. It turns out that they are just SOSO. They even said that Fei Yang couldn't even protect himself. If Fei Yang really couldn't protect himself, would he still keep us as a bargaining chip? You don't know? Pure posturing. The Blood Hall is really a joke. The White Wing Emperor's face was also full of sarcasm. Seeing the Mermaid Emperor and the White Wing Emperor chatting as if there was no one else around, the hostility between Wang Changyuan's brows became even stronger. He stood up and revealed a sinister smile. It seems that you haven't suffered enough over the years. After saying that, he was ready to attack the two. But at this moment, a big hand appeared out of thin air behind him. The palm carried the power of law and went straight for Wang Changyuan's back. This scene was too sudden. Even if Wang Changyuan felt the danger behind him, he couldn't dodge it, let alone counterattack. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted in the secret chamber. The invisibility state of the concealment technique was forcefully broken. Qin Feiyang, the other two, and the wide-eyed wolf appeared. The person who attacked was naturally the middle-aged man. However, although this palm landed solidly on Wang Changyuan's body, Qin Feiyang, the other two, and the wide-eyed wolf didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. Because at the moment when the palm landed, a set of golden armor suddenly appeared on Wang Changyuan's body. This armor seemed to be made of gold and emitted a dazzling divine light. This was a supreme divine artifact. Crack! Although the middle-aged man's palm contained the power of law, shattered the armor, and blasted Wang Changyuan away, causing blood to gush out, it didn't destroy his sea of qi. This armor helped Wang Changyuan block more than half of the attack. At the same time, the two secret guards outside the door heard the commotion and quickly rushed into the secret chamber. When they saw Qin Feiyang, the wide-eyed wolf, and the lunatic, their expressions immediately changed. How could it be them? Facing this sudden scene, the Mermaid Emperor and the White Wing Emperor were also surprised and bewildered. When they raised their heads and saw that it was actually Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, and the wide-eyed wolf, their expressions were immediately filled with joy. There were even tears in their eyes. Damn it, how did you find this place? Wang Changyuan climbed up from the ground. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the others, he immediately roared and slapped the Mermaid Emperor and the wide-eyed wolf. At this time, he couldn't care too much. He had to kill these two. Humph! Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the two disappeared. As long as the Mermaid Emperor and the White Wing Emperor went to the Black Tortoise world, then everything else could be slowly solved. Damn it, damn it! Wang Changyuan roared. The Thunder Law rolled out and attacked Qin Feiyang and the others. At the same time, he looked at the two secret guards behind him and roared. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help kill them! The two quivered and immediately activated the power of law, attacking Qin Feiyang from behind. The middle-aged man's eyes darkened. He activated the power of law and punched the ceiling of the stone chamber. Rumble! The stone chamber trembled, but it didn't collapse. The four walls were suffused with strands of purple lightning. Not good! This stone chamber is supported by the power of law. I can't break it open in a short time. The middle-aged man's face changed. Then let's charge out! The madman roared. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and led Qin Feiyang, the Mermaid Emperor, and the white-eyed wolf to charge at the two secret guards. Rumble! The middle-aged man and the two secret guards collided. The middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, but he also forced the two secret guards back. Then, he activated the support divine technique and rushed out of the secret passage without looking back. Chase! Wang Changyuan roared. Whoosh! The three of them used the support divine technique and chased after Qin Feiyang and the others. So fast! The man looked back and his pupils constricted. Of course it's fast. Wang Changyuan has a sovereign-level heaven-defying support-type divine art, while my heaven-defying support-type divine art is only legendary level. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. This secret passage shouldn't be supported by the power of law. Let's charge out. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and sighed inwardly. Yes. The middle-aged man's aura was like a rainbow as he rushed up with the two men and the wolf. How could ordinary soil and rocks possibly stop a paragon hegemon? It was crazily shattering. Outside. At this moment, the entire island was shaking as if there was a huge earthquake. The fierce crocodile ran out and soared into the sky, looking at this scene in shock. What was going on? Could it be that Master was torturing the people in the stone chamber? But this commotion was too big. Boom! Almost in the next instant, the ground collapsed as 3 men and 1 wolf broke out of the ground like lightning and rushed into the sky. The fierce crocodile looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with a confused expression. Soon after, Wang Changyuan and the 2 secret guards also rushed out. The fierce crocodile asked in surprise, Master, what's going on? They are Qin Feiyang. Wang Changyuan roared angrily and charged towards Qin Feiyang and the others with lightning that filled the sky. Young master, step back! The middle-aged man pushed away Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, activated the 6 profundities of law, and charged toward Wang Changyuan without hesitation. Wang Changyuan looked at the middle-aged man and was slightly stunned. He raised his eyebrows and said, You seem to be a secret guard of our blood hall? He didn't pay much attention when they were underground, but now that he looked at him head-on, he actually had some concealment. That's right. I'm a secret guard of the blood hall, but now I've forsaken the darkness and joined the light. I'm now the young master's secret guard. The middle-aged man nodded. How dare you betray the blood hall? This is unforgivable. Wang Changyuan was furious. A dignified secret guard of the blood hall, and a paragon dominator at that, had actually submitted to Qin Feiyang. This was an absolute humiliation. How could this be? Why did he join Qin Feiyang? The other 2 secret guards looked at the middle-aged man with disbelief. What are you waiting for? Kill them! Wang Changyuan roared. The 2 secret guards immediately quivered and activated the power of law, charging toward Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Seeing this, the fierce crocodile on the side quietly retreated. Qin Feiyang pointed at the fierce crocodile and shouted, White-eyed wolf, go kill it. This was to prevent the crocodile from reporting. Okay. The white-eyed wolf grinned and activated momentary time, instantly appearing in front of the fierce crocodile. When the fierce crocodile heard Qin Feiyang's shout, it was somewhat disdainful. It could see through the white-eyed wolf's cultivation at a glance. It was just a beginner dominator, yet it dared to kill it. This was sending the wolf cub to its death. However, when the white-eyed wolf activated momentary time and appeared in front of it, it immediately panicked. What kind of speed was this? It didn't see how it came over at all. This is momentary time. It really grasps the supreme profoundness of the time law. Wang Changyuan, who was about to fight with the middle-aged man, looked at the white-eyed wolf and was immediately shocked. Momentary time. The 2 secret guards who were charging toward Qin Feiyang and Man couldn't help but tremble. What was going on? It was just a beginner dominator, yet it had comprehended the supreme profoundness of the time law. The news of the white-eyed wolf running to Jinyuan City and fighting with the 2 secret guards hadn't spread yet, so not many people knew about it. Moreover, right now, these 2 secret guards had been guarding the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor. Because the environment was sealed, they almost didn't know what had happened in the Western continent during this period of time. Therefore, not to mention the supreme profoundness of the time law, they didn't even know the supreme profoundness of the death law. It's actually the supreme profoundness. The fierce crocodile was naturally even more shocked and turned to flee. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with disdain. The death law emerged, and a dark red waning moon appeared in the sky. Then, it attacked the fierce crocodile with lightning speed. This seems to be the supreme profoundness of the death law, dusk of the gods? The two secret guards looked at the waning moon in shock, feeling as if they were dreaming. No. The fierce crocodile roared in horror. Not to mention whether this thing was the supreme profoundness of the death law, just the energy of death emitted by the waning moon made it despair. Rumble! The waning moon fell, and everything was annihilated. The fierce crocodile screamed in pain and died on the spot. Not even its bones were left. A little reptile at the peak dominator realm dares to look down on this big brother? You really don't know the meaning of death. The white-eyed wolf laughed in disdain. He looked at the two secret guards and sneered. This big brother wants to see how big the gap is between me and you perfect dominators. The dark red waning moon appeared again, and with a monstrous might it attacked the two. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.